Hello, good evening, Twin Minds here. We are doing more Minecraft Nomifactory. Almost forgot the name of the pack. And we got Pine down here. Hi, Pine.
Good morning.
Morning. And we are definitely probably going to continue to be the cause of and the solution to all of life's problems.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
So, what did you get up to over the weekend?
I don't think I really did anything. I moved the stainless steel mixer into the dust room.
Nice.
And then I fixed the ender pearls thing. That was about it.
Oh yeah. The power issue that we ran into.
Well, it wasn't power, it was just the ender pearls.
Well, yeah. But ender pearls essentially equates to power. Because without ender pearls, the whole thing can't run.
Sort of. Let me show you what happened. So the power stuff is all an isolated system. This is all fine.
Right.
There was no problem here.
Right.
The issue was because the ender pearls to everything else has to be a 1 to 6, like these lines here.
Yeah.
The slight miscalculation was this third row that is incomplete back here. The first one here was not an enderman.
Ah.
So it was just very slowly running out of the pearls, but
Gotcha.
now,
So there was enough backlog, but still.
there was for however many weeks we had been running it, but it finally caught up.
Also, should we be worried that these are on a white line at all?
No.
Okay.
So because the whole
Soft demos.
the loot fabricators
No
and
refunds.
all of the DMLs are just shy of 32,000 RF per tick if they're all running.
Got it.
Which is what the cable can handle. So.
Got it. So if we ever touch this to make it bigger, then we'll have to update.
Then we'll have to update it, yes.
Got it. Okay.
Or even if we add one more loot fabricator, which we don't need to do.
Okay.
Yet. So one fabricator can handle 19 simulation chambers. So I've got 2 there just because we're slightly over that for ender pearls.
Okay. Well, I also didn't do all that much over the weekend. I did, however, have a slight epiphany with my storage drawer in the machine room. So instead of my mass collection of exports on the ceiling, I have now dedicated a single export to each set of drawers. And each export can technically export 5 items, but since each drawer holds 4, I figured that's a perfect filter setup. And I'm slowly piecing together all of the exports. So all of the items that we already had on bulk autocraft are in their drawers, and the exports are set. Actually, all of the exports are set where it's relevant. So all of the exports for wires, fine wires, plates, double plates, and foils are done. The only difference is that there is no item in the drawer where we either don't have it or don't have enough materials to justify automating in bulk. Are you two having a moment?
I was just trying to read the chicken's mind.
I don't think that was working.
No.
But yeah, so basically as soon as we want something automated, I just need to slap it in the drawer and it will fill up to the full 512 stack.
All right. Nice.
It's not the fastest thing in the world. But it will give us an overstock up to 512 for any item that's in here. And then if we want to have more, it's just a matter of throwing an upgrade in there of whatever size we want. I still have to do the rods, the cables, the screws, nuts, bolts, gears, etc. But it'll come eventually. It's a slow process.
Right.
But I'm just trying to take care of the stuff that we already had in bulk and automated, so that we can shut down like the LV wall, for example. The chicken is doing dances on top of the light.
Oh yeah. Too bad we can't change the color of the lights.
I know. I do like these lights otherwise, but yeah, there's some minor limitations to them. But yeah, I didn't do anything else remarkable, actually. So yeah, that's it. That's all. That's all that happened. We didn't have like an hour of stuff to cover that we did over the weekend.
It's true.
So what's the plans? I have made no plans other than attempt to find plans.
So I was gonna start with
Hi,
doing the
Sparkle.
DML, the upgraded setup up here.
Right.
Which this will consume if I have my calculations correct.
not that button.
173,450 RF per tick if it's running.
Is that all?
That is all.
Okay.
So the one thing where the project that I was thinking of, you wanted to tackle something, which would actually tie into that. It's summarized quite nicely in one of these quests.
Okay.
If you look at the bottom right corner of the mid-game tab, there's the further adventures in fission.
Yeah.
If you click that, the first sentence there is really what I was thinking.
Breeding chains.
Yeah.
Omnium. Okay.
So
I mean, that is certainly a project.
it is a project.
I think the biggest challenge with said project is that I had no part in the nuclear process up until this point, so I'm going to have to learn from scratch.
That's all right. I'm here all night.
But yeah, otherwise, sure. I don't know exactly how we're going to accomplish that, like where, space-wise, because it feels like we need space for said reactors.
Sure does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But on the plus side, you'll have an easier time of it than I did, because if you search JEI for how much tungsten we're sitting on.
We have a little bit. We have 4,500. Not bad.
With 3,300 more dust sitting next to it.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
2,100 carbide and...
Yep. And of course, there's the several stacks of tungsten ore still backed up in the processing unit.
Right. So that's what I was saying.
Okay.
Or what I was gonna say was putting the drill in the end was wildly profitable.
Yes. Yes.
We
Oh,
didn't get that much titanium out of it because the ilmenite doesn't spawn that much out there, but it does a little bit. But the tungsten, the tungsten.
Right. Well, and I had mentioned in the Discord that I had set up another ore drill ready to go, but obviously we are nowhere near ready to process any of that.
Yeah, we can't process two drills.
It's just sitting here ready to turn on the import of the items, and when and if ever that happens, it's fine.
I mean, as long as it's set up to the same import as the other drill.
It is, yep.
If you noticed in the top floor of the ore room, or the ore building, I guess.
Yeah.
There's, I made a, oh no, that's the roof there. Yeah. There's just a little switch.
I did see the switch, yes.
And so that'll.
I debated on inverting that without telling you. Because up should
Ah.
be on and down should be off. That's how all light switches work everywhere. At least that we're used to going to.
Well, either way.
I debated on it. But I did not.
That's how you can turn the system back on.
Okie dokie. By inverting the thing. Invert. Now stuff's coming in. Okay, there we go. Now it is correct. All is right in the world. Okay. Well, before I start any projects, I have kitty things to attend to. Nope, that's not. Nope, there we go. Nope. Nope, okay. He has given up talking to me altogether, so it's kitty time. Alright then. This button. So, we have a slightly new angle of cat cam. We have a slightly new object in cat cam. We have cat sitting here, waiting, ready to go. Let's even push this button. Here we go. So, kitty time. This lovely new object is not going anywhere. We have a ball pit. And we have balls. 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 Hi. Would you like to try the balls? Try the balls. You know you wanna. Balls. don't cheer me out at me. Balls. He is not quite on board with the balls. I've screened for a game all night now. Now, I do have a secret weapon, but I'm going to give them a moment to adjust. I don't know if I can get Gila down here without enforcing treats, and maybe that's a way. Well, let's give it a try. Gila. Gila. K-Bip. Come on, Gila. We'll see how well that works. They made a clickety-clackety noise. It was kind of great. Chicken. Chicken. So the treats are happening. The ball pit exists. There has been at least a little bit of curiosity. And as Sparkle said, they... Excuse you. They have been interested in the balls. They have been interested in the pit. Now it's a question of whether the two together cause extreme panic or not. Oh, oh. There is curiosity. Perhaps remembrance that there was treats thrown in there at some point. Nope, still treats. Treats are the thing. Alright, and while we wait for that, I'm gonna read. Boron. Tough alloy. Hard carbon alloy. Nuclear craft plating.
So, bit of a more pressing thing to start with, maybe.
I'm shocked. What's up?
The new clean room misformed again.
Son of a bitch! Huh. I wonder if it really is having issues. Well, it can't have issues with the blocks inside because the whole damn thing is designed to have blocks inside.
Right.
Let's. Okay. Have you poked at it all yet?
No. Well, I picked up the center block and then reset it. This would fix it last time, but no dice this time around.
Okay, so it's an issue with the bottom block. Remember how we did the whole bottom block thing? Removed the block that was on the middle floor and figured out that it just needed space somewhere? And we decided that the floor in the middle as like a central walkway works.
Right.
Yeah, that doesn't appear to work. Because as soon as I broke that block, it formed itself.
Oh.
So it needs direct line of sight. I'm assuming, at least coding-wise, it probably needs direct line of sight to the bottom of the structure. And it has to be plascrete.
Probably.
So having this here is causing it grief.
Okay, well, time to redesign the top floor.
Yep, I can do that. That's easy. Alright, let's do 3. Yeah, let's do 3. 3 is probably good. And that means he's thinking about it. He's thinking about it. Alright, what about the build tool? Ooh, that was not correct. That was not correct at all. He is definitely thinking about it. More exciting than me being hunted by a ghost. That's good to know. Good to know. Alright, decided on a walkway 3 wide all the way around and leaving the internal open. We'll see how that works.
Sure.
Give him a moment. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to speak. I'm sorry, kitties. They're looking at me. Alright, so back to reading. Advanced plating. And this advanced plating is basic plating, hard carbon alloy, etc. Okay. So uraninite, uranium to start with. He hasn't stopped looking at me, has he? He's looking at me. He's looking at me. He let out the tiniest little squeak like, what? What? Oh dear. Okay, let's go. Hi, how you doing? What's up, kitty? You're not ready for it? You're not ready for it? Come here, you. Come here, you. Kitten. Kitten. He's not quite ready for that level of excitement. Kitten. Not ready for the ball pit excitement yet. Not ready for the pit life. Alright, we're going back to normal size though. There we go. And if something exciting happens, I will attempt to switch over. There's the reactor. Okay, so reactor requires a bunch of casing. The fission controller. Fission reactor port, which is the input. Several inputs out the front, back, whatever. Nope, he's not ready for it yet. He's still thinking about it. He's still thinking about it. Alright, question. On this reactor, I see a bunch of reactor ports, but they all seem to be inputting the TBU fuel. Where does the output resultant fuel come from or out of?
So the reactor port, you can input and export items as well as power.
Ah, okay.
So
I see.
it's just like an additional controller, essentially.
Okay.
But only the controller can handle like the redstone signals to turn it on and off.
That's not how that works, Gizmo. That's not how that works at all. So, I see you only have items coming out of this one, but you have these several back here that all have fuel in them.
It's all the same fuel.
Oh, it's okay. So it's all registering the same one
inventory.
stack.
These are just that way you can pull the excess power out.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah,
He's almost got it right.
Our previous cables were only
So close.
32,000, and we were making, well, depending on the fuel I put in, it would be like 180,000. So
Got it. Okay.
I just slapped some extra.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of the whole single fuel slot.
Yeah,
though.
it's got the whole structure only has one inventory. And you can access it from either the port or the controller.
Got it. And then the fuel comes out of here.
Yeah.
And insert extract. How are you handling the fuel type management?
Up in the control room. I have it set to just, it's literally just sitting right there.
So it's just, you've got fuel in this interface and it just grabs whatever fuel it feels like?
It's gonna grab the TBU first because the TBU is already in the machine. But when the depleted TBU comes out, it goes through the centrifuges, and then you can use the stuff that comes out of that to make the higher tier stuff. So in theory, we'll run out of the higher tier fuel first. So okay, I guess the whole setup is over here. We've got the TBU fuel being made, but it's not made as quickly as it can be consumed. This number is going down.
Got it, okay.
And so once it runs out of this stuff, then it starts using the higher tier stuff for a little while until all of that is consumed, and by then we'll have a buffer of this stuff built back up, and it starts the whole process over again.
Got it. Alright. So, okay, so I still have to look into the fission chains, apparently. But I would assume we have to burn the higher tier fuel to make the other fission chain items.
Maybe? I guess for the whole quest there, if you just do a JEI search for stabilized, there's what, 8 items there? The stabilized Einsteinium to Americium.
Ah, okay, got it.
Those are the stabilized elements that that quest blurb was talking about.
Ah, see, I was looking up Omnium, but I couldn't quite figure out how to get there.
Yeah.
Because that's the one that it's actually talking about.
Right. Well, yeah. I mean, it does say to produce. You need the breeding chain to produce stabilized versions of each element to make the Omnium, but we're not there yet. We need to stabilize stuff first, I guess.
Trying to figure out how we even get the Omnium, though. But, I mean, so it ultimately wants the stabilized versions of each element for synthesis of Omnium. I couldn't figure out how to make Omnium. I still haven't figured it out. But, whatever.
Looks like it's they're used in that mote of Omnium. That looks like the singularity. They're down at the bottom of that 9x9.
So rather than Omnium ingots and Omnium dust, it's the mote of Omnium, which turns into an Omnium nugget, which then turns up into ingot. Oh, good God.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
That's insane.
So we're gonna need a lot of that stuff.
He's like 3/4 of the way in.
Started early.
He's so close. So, stabilized. And of course the stabilized versions you can only acquire by the liquid, which means I need to figure out how to get the liquid.
Well, that's just going to be melting the tiny clumps in an extractor. And the tiny clumps you get from centrifuging the spent fuel.
Okay. I don't follow. Oh, okay, so fusion reactor Greg Tech can fuse these things.
We're on fission. Here, come over into here quick. Into the other room.
Yeah.
So when you centrifuge out the dead fuel, you look in this crate, you get the tiny little bits of whatever. The crate up top there.
Yes.
When you extract those tiny clumps, you get that liquid, and then you put that in a solidifier, and you get the stabilized stuff.
So
We just need constant source of each one of the Einsteinium, Californium, Americium, etc. So we can mass produce those stabilized little nuggets.
So that's essentially a reactor per stabilized nugget, per stabilized item.
Could be, and that's going to help with our power issues.
I see. Okay. All right.
I don't think you need to necessarily make a massive one each. Maybe just like a 5x5 for each one. I don't know, but
Okay. He's definitely given it a good try. Hi, kitties. Would you like some encouragement in powdered form? He could be finding treats. He's going all the way in. And I know from experience with Keela, if I were to pick him up and throw him in there, he would be out in a second. Oh. He's got his little chicken leg all the way up. He's definitely fishing for treats. He's definitely fishing for treats. Okay. Maybe I should throw a few more in there just to give him more encouragement. Gizmo, Gila. Yes. Guys. Well, yeah, it's over there. Go get it. Don't yell at me. It's over there. You know where the treats are. I just put them there, right in front of you. You know where they are. I know. I'm being yelled at for breaking protocol. Hi, boys. Hi. Hi. Hey. He gets his treat and he immediately gets out. But we're getting there. We're getting there. You know where they are, Gizmo. Go on. All right. Let's let them figure that out. Okay, so if we did a 5x5 reactor for each one, is that internal or external? I don't know. Let's go see if I can figure out how to do reactors. He's gonna get every damn treat out of there. Thanks, Deimos. Appreciate it. Gizmo is feeling left out of the treat process. Okay, so chains of production, stabilized versions of each element for the synthesis of omnium. Stabilized versions of each element cannot be turned back into fluids, nor back into their original nuclear craft isotopes. Larger breeder reactors that can handle highly enriched fuels. The cryo lattice you have built can be easily expanded, which means I need to figure out how to do said cryo lattice. Build multiple reactors. Alright, so this is the cryo cooler. So this is how much we need for a single reactor, I do believe. Because I think this is the quantity for his initial 5x5 reactor. So the ball pit is going to end up being an extreme version of the treat mat, isn't it? Oh dear. I mean, if it gets them their exercise, sure, why not? Alright, so let's see. 150 fusion reactor casings to encase a 5x5 cube. So that is definitely 7x7x7 external. Any can be changed to transparent fusion reactor casings if we wanted to have a peek inside. Are you guys done with me? What? Gila is sitting just outside of camera range, judging me from a distance. Alright. You're encouraged to watch a tutorial or read a guide online. For the purposes of this particular quest, you'll be building a breeder reactor to make plutonium. Alright. So let's take a peek at this. So we're going to need 8 of the stabilized elements. See, this is the part I'm having a hard time with. Because to make the stabilized Einsteinium, we need fluid solidifier with Einsteinium. Great. Einsteinium only comes from the extractor of nuggets or dust, or straight ingots or blocks. So his whole thing that he's talking about of the little tiny clumps, I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing a tiny clump of Einsteinium, for example. So is stabilized Einsteinium not one of them? Stabilized berkelium comes from berkelium. And then that comes from the tiny clumps. Okay, so stabilized Einsteinium must be different. Tiny clump, tiny clump, tiny clump, tiny clump. They also turn into berkelium. And then those things turn to berkelium as well. Okay, so the stabilized Einsteinium I think was the one that was throwing me off. And then we've got the neptunium, plutonium, uranium. I don't know which one. Looks like the 233 version. Curium, tiny clump, californium, and americium. So that means that we need 7 reactors. Potentially only 6 if we're going to count the original one that we've got. Yes, Gila is working on it. But he is purely treat motivated. As soon as he's got his little teeth around a treat, he's gone. But we'll focus in while he's doing that. Oh, there he goes. He's got one. And then he's gonna eat it. He is dedicated to those treats. He really, truly is. Lutetium. Where's lutetium come from? Lanthanum. Where's lanthanum come from? No idea. Trying to figure out if we can do the Greg Tech reactor, the fusion reactors. But I'm not seeing any lanthanum. Obviously silicon's easy to get the lutetium. Because it looks like we're going to need to do that for the Einsteinium. But I'm pretty sure we've determined that the fusion reactor is a little bit far off from our needs, according to this. Yeah, that's LUV. Got it. So looking at the fusion options, we're well behind that. So we need to stick with the fission options. And it looks like stabilized Einsteinium does not have a fission option. At least judging on all of the stuff I'm seeing here. So that's berkelium through americium. You can do it. You can do it, Gizmo. You can do it. Oh, we can't do it. Okay. At least they're not like completely freaked out. I mean, Gizmo did kind of hop his way out of there pretty quick when I put him in there. Gila was just like, okay, fine, I'll use this moment to find a treat and then I'll leave. They're not quite on board yet, but I think give it enough time, perhaps. Alright, so let's look at depleted fuel. So we're typically getting depleted TBU fuel, depleted LEU fuel, HEU, various versions, LEN, Neptunium. Okay, kitties are done with it for the moment. We'll keep coming back to that. So depleted HEU comes with Neptunium varieties, plutonium, and americium. Fascinating. This is going to be quite the discovery journey, I think. Especially since I missed the whole first part of it. But let's start making the stuff. And I think I'm going to start by automating making the stuff, because that will be wonderful. So let's start there, because that's an easy thing to do. There we go. So we're going to start automating the things, so we can automate making nuclear things. Pretty sure we don't have... We have empty coolers automated. We have basic plating automated. We have the various fuels automated. Coolers and reactor cells. Casing is automated, so just the reactor controller itself is not automated, perhaps? Let's do it. I'm going to leave this pattern in here. This pattern we identified as broken due to the wrench situation. Oh, and kitties are officially done with me. Alright. We tried. I will continue to try. And we'll see if we can get the kitties to fully embrace the ball pit. Let's put you down there. Okay, so these are made by Neptunium, two different varieties of Neptunium, americium, plutonium. Okay, I think I get the handle on what we're doing here. So we're going to need 7 reactors, assuming that we're going to set this all up in a big chain to process everything. And the associated centrifuging. So let's start with the 6 reactors. Seven reactors. Advanced plating is not automated. Let's do that. Give. Stop it. There we go. Okay. Oops. So we are missing yttrium barium cuprate and hard carbon alloy. I see. I am assuming he made just enough for the stuff that he wanted, and that is it. So now I gotta figure out those things too. All right. So yttrium barium cuprate is going to be yttrium, barium, and copper. Go figure. All right. Okay, so that's a thing. Yttrium, barium, and copper. We have some yttrium. We have a little bit of barium. Okay. Now the yttrium and barium, I do believe, are part of the reactor process, which is going to make it more difficult. Maybe. Where does yttrium come from? Where do you come from, yttrium? Cupronickel. No, that's cupronickel, the temperature that is needed, and the coils are needed. So where the hell does yttrium come from? Yttrium. Yttrium. Rare earth. I see. So that's coming from some of the various ores that we are processing. I see. Yeah, yttrium itself is a pure ore, but it seems to be only in byproduct form. And then the yttrium barium cuprate is a mix of yttrium, barium, and copper. But I'm trying to figure out where we get the yttrium from and the barium from, because we're going to need those in larger quantities if I'm making several reactors. So let's go back to barium. Where do you come from? Barium is also a mystery. Barite ore spawns in the world in Certus quartz veins. Okay. And barite ore does have barium in it that can be processed out. Scooby, the kitties tolerate the ball pit, which is a little bit more than I expected. Gizmo's very wary of it. He was happy to sit on top of one of the walls briefly. Gila was going in face first, but only when there were treats to acquire. As soon as he got a treat, he was back out of the ball pit. So they're still wary of it, but not immediate terror. So we're on a good start. I have to get them acclimated to it. All right. So let's see. And the other one that I needed was the hard carbon alloy, which is steel and diamond. So I feel like that's one that we should automate. It just wasn't automated. So let's do that. Alloy smelter. Okay, have fun lurking. Alright, there's my alloy smelter, and let's turn that off to item name again. We will need diamond, and we will need steel. The correct steel, not HSLA, not Damascus, not black. Steel, there we go. Diamond, steel, we will need an interface. I want to go the conduit route? Yeah, rare earth seems to be the only option for yttrium, and barium has barite ore, which seems to only spawn. There does not appear to be a way to get it through microminers or anything like that. So unless there's another method to get barium, I'm not finding it. There's barium sulfide dust, which comes from nothing. There's barite dust, which has the ore processing. There's yttrium barium cuprate, so you can get it from its own self. Mercury barium calcium cuprate, which is another thing. Same with the indium. So yeah, the only way to get barium dust directly is through the things that you make out of barium, and then the ore. So I'm not seeing an alternate method to get it. Naquita ore as well. Tiny pile of barite from Certus ores. Okay. And barite ore. Okay. Okay, that answers some of the questions. So then we can microverse quartzite to get barite, barite as the secondary. And then Naquita as another option. Got it. So barite is not pleasant to get. Cool. Let's make the one I can make, because that's easy. Hey, Pine.
What's that?
Yttrium barium cuprate. Only one of those things we have in quantities.
Is it the yttrium?
Yttrium and barium. Yttrium we have about twice as much as barium, and I did a whole bunch of investigation, and we don't have methods to get those easily. Yttrium comes from the rare earth from the processing. Barium comes from tiny piles output from Certus, nether quartz, and something else I don't recall. Or barium ore directly, which can't be collected from anywhere.
How much of it do you need?
I mean, if I'm making 7 fucking reactors, a lot.
Because we have 700 barium.
Right. So I might have enough for now.
1400 yttrium. Yeah.
But I would probably burn through our entire stock, and that's still not guaranteeing that we've got enough to do what we're attempting to do. So, I mean, I can probably get a good head start on it, but I was looking at automating making yttrium barium cuprate, and then I was realizing that we don't have terribly much to automate it. So I'm currently working on automating the hard carbon alloy, because you hadn't done that. And,
no, I hadn't.
And then I was going to figure out how much I should automate of the yttrium barium cuprate. Also not entirely sure where I'm going to do this.
Well, these two sections here are going away.
Oh, okay.
Because I'm moving the DML, so...
Okay. Well, until you move them, I think I'm going to put the hard carbon alloy in my machine room because I got a spot for it in the EV. But I think at some point we should figure out where we're going to be doing all of the other stuff, because you've got that spot in the ore processing for all the dust mixing and whatnot. But that place is quickly filling up as well.
Make a basement.
No. Machine room it is.
All right.
Okay, so we're gonna slap these things down here. Hey, Gizmo. Alright, I'm gonna have to do something with this. Yeah, the in quartz veins part is the part that I'm gonna have a problem with because we don't have the means to run the ore drill and actually have it process because it just overloads our ore processing setup currently. Okay, Demos. Apparently you've been scammed out of green M&Ms? Question mark.
It's true. They don't show up with my green screen.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so I have like one of those 40-ounce buckets of M&Ms on my desk, and I was holding it up in front of the camera and showing that there's just like voids in it.
I want to see. I want to see.
Hold on, Damos turned me blue. 1 second. Let me unblue.
Okay, okay. Yep, those are some nice voids.
It's yeah.
It doesn't quite give the effect of being able to see through the entire container, but it's close-ish.
Well, if I don't pause the game so like it grays out, then like you can kind of see Minecraft through it.
Oh, yeah, there it is. Okay, nice.
So,
I like
yeah.
it. Nice. Now I want M&Ms.
See? But yeah, that's what you meant by I got scammed out of greens.
Got it. All right, let's do this quick because I have the secret weapon and Gizmo is trying to steal the packet from me, so we're gonna use it. Hey Gizmo, come here. Come here. Hey, my tether. Gizmo, come here. Hey. Open package, open. Would you like some? He doesn't entirely know what to do with himself now. He's befuddled by his own activities. So we're gonna get him on the crack to give him the tiniest little pinch, and then we're gonna throw the mother load in. Also, howdy Paige, howdy Big D. How you guys doing? Working like a charm indeed. Now the question is, can I go over there and actually grab him and put him in the pit with some kitty crack? Or will he attempt to murder me?
So the other thing that was interesting is we had run out of nether quartz earlier today.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting, because I had set up an automation to do quartz plates, but it's only the 512 total. And I don't know what else would have caused that.
So I do have one mystery cause or source of nether quartz disappearance, and I don't know what it is exactly.
Okay.
In the dust room. Over here, where I'm making the ender resonant clathrate, whatever, which requires nether quartz.
Yeah.
I had noticed that something was consuming the clathrate. And I know that like it's used for making the clay, but this that system over there should be self-contained.
He just put his nose in the bag and huffed it.
any eye at all the things that use the class rate, and like we're not really automating anything else that uses it. So I have no idea what's been eating that.
I mean, could that be part of the problem of you expanding out your... Oh, hang on. No, that's not it. But could it be expanding out your usage of the DML machines?
No, that's self-contained up above in here. If you go to the machine room and up to...
Yeah.
This is all making clay. Like this is it's making it here. The
Right.
class rate here. It's not pulling the class rate from over there.
I see.
So something was and is, now that I just turned that class rate back on because I need more pulsating meshes. But I don't know. It's going somewhere and I couldn't tell you where.
Huh.
So that's where another quartz also went.
Huh. Alright.
But
I got nothing.
yeah, me neither. So if in a couple hours you need nether quartz and we're out, that's why, and I still haven't been able to figure out the cause.
Cool. Cool. Alright then. Here. This is where I'm... Hello, Gizmo. How are you, kitty? Would you like more drugs? He just rams his face into it full speed. Yep. Hi, kitty. Hi, kitty. Here. Grab the kitty. This is hazardous, by the way. Do not grab cats when they are on the nip. You never know what's going to happen. The nipped out kitty. He is so nipped out. Now, let's see if we can get him over in the pit. Come on, kitty. Come on, kitty. Come on, little kitty. Here, have some nip. Have some nip. Have some nip. Nope, I can't fool him. He watched the nip go in, he was very excited for it, but the second he got into that pit, he was like, no, no. But maybe, just maybe. Just maybe. He looking. Okay, so how do I want to do this? Gila's already come and gone with the thing. And he's done with it for the moment. Let's see. So let's do a standard limiter then. So let's do Machine controller. I think we have other issues.
Uh-oh, what?
I told it to craft a single machine controller item, and it just doesn't do. If we look at the crafting status, there is a job for 44 dark steel machine hulls that seems to be randomly in progress.
Oh, those are still not done?
No.
Those said that they were waiting for plates to be made, but I guess the plates probably finished.
It says it's got the plates stored and it's crafting LV machine casing, so something with the crafting process has gone wrong.
Okay, where are you making LV machine case?
That is being done in the number 8 assembler. Let's take a peek.
They're both empty.
They are indeed not doing anything.
Yeah.
Let me double check the wrenchings, because I had wrenched them like 4 times to make sure they were good.
Okay.
But I'm assuming at some point the wrenchings have broken. Nope, they are supposedly good. Alright, so let's cancel that job and redo it. I've been noticing this a lot with our ME system, that jobs just don't do, and you have to cancel them and restart them.
Are they jobs that need the assemblers or jobs that run through your machine room here?
In general, like, for example, trying to remember the part name. The formation core and annihilation cores. I will frequently go into our crafting status and find a formation core just waiting to craft. Like, it's got all the parts needed, it just won't craft it.
Oh.
And those are just like handcraft recipes that are happening in the molecular assemblers.
Yeah.
So something is happening with the network where it just won't push the recipe to completion. And the machine controller that I queued up also isn't happening. So no crafting jobs active. Let's try the machine controller again. And that is not happening.
Interesting.
Because it only requires a lever and an iron plate, both of which we have in spades in the network. So it should be able to just handcraft that in half a second. And it ain't doing. The only thing I can think of is that corrupted plan that's in the network. So let me go take that out.
Oh, that one invalid one?
Yeah.
Or at least, as far as we know, only one.
Right. And of course I can't search for invalid pattern.
No, but you should be able to search for what it was making.
Well,
Machine.
that's the one that we know of, though. It's the rest of them that we don't know about that are the concern.
Right.
So let me just take a scroll through the network and see if I can find any recipes that are all borky. Any other patterns? No, you're good. Gizmo done. He walked away. So no more kitties for the moment. Alright, I don't see any others, obviously, so let's try again. No, crafting is still not happening.
Huh.
That's a minor problem.
It is, yes.
Quite possibly under the major problems category.
Is any crafting happening?
Let's see if plate jobs work. Let's see, what do we have that we can craft in plates that are excessive? Let's do some diamond plates, sure. Why the hell not? Plate jobs are working.
Yeah, diamond plates are going.
Huh.
Chests were made.
Okay, and that's through pocket crafting.
Yep.
So what the hell?
I don't know.
Let me see about remaking that machine thing recipe and see if that helps. I do hope it doesn't help, honestly, because I don't want to have to recreate all of my damn recipes that are not working.
That would be obnoxious.
That would be very unfortunate. Actually, where is that? Where are you? Ah, down there. You're not working. Why are you not working? Alright. That one may have been a me oopsie.
Oh, okay.
The machine was not set to auto output.
That'll do it.
Yeah.
Also, I think the one down below your machine room that's using the sodium persulfate or sodium potassium, I don't think that's set to auto output either.
Okay. Okay, so that one's only using the recipes for HV, EV, and IV energy hatches, though. So that wouldn't affect the...
No, it wouldn't, but I
Yeah.
went to make an energy hatch earlier, and it was just sitting in the machine.
So here's the thing. I fixed that earlier. Because I did the
Oh.
same thing. I went to make an EV hatch and it didn't work, and I saw that I had forgotten to change it, so I went to change it, and I made sure it worked and auto-outputted. So something's up.
Weird. Huh. Okay.
And that might be a problem if all of our machines are resetting their settings.
That might be a problem. Did you have, like, when you tried to... Did you just wrench it again or something? And did it wrench?
The one for the machine controller did work. This one I did not. I just poked it just to make sure it's set to allow from input.
Okay.
But otherwise I didn't touch it.
Got it.
But I had done that previously, and I made sure that all the wrenches and inputs and outputs and screws were all set correctly. And apparently you had just done it as well and done the same thing. So something's up. Let me check the machine controller, see if that's good. Yep, instantly. Okay. So then what's up with the LV machine hulls?
I don't know.
Well, what were you actually trying to make, though? It was like black steel machine hulls or something?
The dark steel machine hulls, yeah. Or the simulation chambers.
And you needed 44 of them, right?
Yeah.
And those are now crafting like a charm. So what the heck?
Perfect. I don't know.
Alright, fine, whatever. Now what the hell was I doing? I don't even know. Oh, right, I was going to finish this. I was going to do level emit. So we're going to... We're gonna do some level emitting. Okay. We need the machine controller. Slappa slappa. We need you set to output and input. Nope. There we go. Alright, so you're set to input. We'll hit this auto output as soon as I'm ready for the configuration. We need level emitter. ME cables. Take you out. Level emit you to 512? Sure, why not? That's a number. And then we need another cable to connect up the thingies. Give. Okay. And then we need a robot arm. And an item filter. This is the broken recipe they'll hold on to for now. Alright, robot arm. Screwdriver. Item filter. That's where I need these things. Alright, so it's set to keep exact, and I don't know how to change the numbers on here. How do you change the numbers? There we go. Okay. Alright, so this thing should now cook up very slowly the hard carbon steel or hard carbon alloy, this thing. And then we auto output. You should dump yourself back in the network. Yes, please. You're not dumping yourself in the network. Allow input. Dump out. Why you no dump? Is it because the robot arm? Is the robot arm messing with it? Be very unfortunate if the robot arm was messing with it. I do believe it is. Cool. Alright. Instead of playing with the ball pit that I have provided him, Gizmo's playing with the chair leg. Whatever. Oh, cats. Alright, but why aren't you auto-outputting? That's got to be a product of the robot arm, right? It's got to be. Howdy, Kinder. How goes it? What if, and this is a total guess, what if I take this and put it in the filter? No. However, I do believe I saw something else happen when I adjusted the settings. that appears to be happening. Okay, we're good. Let me check to make sure this is working. Yep, we're going up. Good, good. Game that has its servers open only a few times a week? Oh, during early access testing phases. Got it. Okay. Neat. Okay, we're good. We're good. Alright, put that back in there. No, gimme. You're broken. Alright, so you're doing your thing, and as soon as this hits 512, it should turn off the machine so it no longer works, so we don't have to worry about it. So that's fine. That's good. All's right in the world. Now, it's not fast, by any means, but it's automated, and that's a good start. Do it. The snuffle mats are great. Also, kinder, just as a sneak peek, we have a ball pit. Still trying to get the kitties to use it, but we have a ball pit. Alright. So that's done. The yttrium barium cuprate. Yttrium barium cuprate? Yttrium barium cuprate? So we have... These are mixers for things that aren't in the network. Okay. Yeah, the kitties so far are interested but cautious. I put treats in there and Gila was going in face first to get the treats out, but he'd stay out of it otherwise. Gizmo's very curious, but he will not go in. Let's see. So copper we should already have chopped up around here somewhere, right? Annealed copper. I see. What are you level emitting on? You are level emitting on lumium. Level emitting on lumium, okay. And you are level emitting on signalum. Got it. You are copper dust. We do have copper dust. That's good. So then the yttrium barium cuprate I could take here for yttrium barium and then the yttrium barium cuprate. So let's do that. We have 1400 yttrium dust, barium dust. So I don't think we even need to have a grinder, at least not for the moment. So let's do just a mixer. And we're going to need an interface. I do believe we're going to need a fluid interface as well, because I believe this mixture required oxygen. Or an export, either way. We'll see how that goes. This doodad here seems fine. So maybe I plan for maceration here? Okay. what I will do is I will plan to have the mixer on the end here, because I need to do fluids. Yttrium, barium, cuprate requires oxygen and a number 2. Okay, so yttrium, barium, and copper dust. Oh, that's... Well, it's actually 13 output, so that's actually not so bad. 2 times barium was a problem, but 13 out is great. Alright, so let's grab a circuit. And we'll do the export method instead. Right, it helps to have them connected to the network. Let's do 2 of these for now, and then I need a robot arm, and a filter. I'll just use these to connect the networks up, because we're going to need them eventually here anyway. It's fine. Oxygen's good. Alright, so we need yttrium, barium, copper. I wish I could make those numbers bigger. But all the other ones, it's a couple of each. I probably should do them in the quantities though, so let's do barium, copper, that's annealed copper, there we go. So it's a 1, 2, 3 for the yttrium, barium, cuprate. 1, 2, 3, yeah. Good, good. Alright, so we slap those back in the network. Ah, fook, I needed those. That'll be fine, okay. So, robot arm. Slap that on there because we'll need it. Alright, yttrium, barium, cuprate. We can do keep exact. Can I add numbers? No. I need to have them in my pocket. Got it. Okay, so keep exact. And then make sure that we've got this all set up right. So you are outputting to the bottom. Auto output to bottom. Import. Yttrium, barium, cuprate number 2, right? It's an EV machine. Yttrium, barium, copper. Number 2, oxygen. Yttrium, barium, copper. Oxygen, number 2. One of us, Paige. One of us. Enjoy your lurking, Big D. ¿Por qué? I don't understand. Is it because I didn't power the machine? Of course it's because I didn't power the machine. I thought I put the machine down attached to the wire, but I did not. I am the smart sometimes. There. Power. Go figure. Alright, so this is a 30-second cook, so it's not fast. We do have quartz. This is good. Whatever happened is temporarily over, perhaps? Hopefully. We'll see. Alright, so we now have the yttrium. Yttrium barium cuprate, so a slab of that there. Good, good. Now we have the yttrium barium cuprate. So now we need to figure out where we put it to cook it. Yttrium barium cuprate. Blast furnace with either nothing or argon. Don't know if we have one with argon currently. And it requires tungsten steel. Okay, so let's level emit this before I go. So you are level emitting to the ingot, so let's do that as well. And let's just set it to a 512. So you're just going to keep on cooking until there's 512 ingots of yttrium barium cuprate in the network. So we need to go set this thing up relatively quick. This way. Okay, so where do we have? This thing's set up to automatically cook any hot ingots that come its way. Or anti-cook. Cool, yes. Anti-cook. Which one of you is responsible for things with which liquids? You are a helium export. Okay. We needed argon, right? Question.
Yep.
Do we have a blast furnace set up with argon?
No. Not currently.
Yes.
Yes, we do?
Yes, we do. I just found one.
Oh, then yes.
Then
we
yes.
do.
Okay. Okay. So now this is going to fill up with the yttrium barium cuprate. Once I filter it. Good, good. Oh, good. I no longer have to worry, Paige. You are listening to the Hour of Giga Chad. It's wonderful. Alright, so now we have yttrium barium cuprate cooking. It's not awful. 20 seconds per. It's not terrible. So that's going to come in slowly. Because those are coming in through here, I do believe. Let's see if we can wait for one. Yep, there's the yttrium barium cuprate, and that's getting cooled. And dumped back in the network, and we now have 25 where I saw 24 before. Great. So that's happening. Slowly as hell, but happening. Happening indeed. So let's see. I wish there was a way. I mean, I wish there was a way to do all of these as one type. Or rather, I wish there was a more smooth way to do all of them. But with each one of them using a different type of gas, like argon, we could do it without gas. So that would be a way to do it, but it's like double the cook speed, or double the cook time, so best not to. This I'm probably going to have to limit to the powder for now until we get the ingots cooked. Because the powder is a hell of a lot faster than the ingot, so let's do that. Powder. There we go. That'll limit on powder. For now, that's not going to be easy because at some point we're going to have to limit that to the ingots instead. Alright. It'll be fine? Question mark? What's the stack size on this? 32 stacks. Probably should limit that, shouldn't I? You have limits? You have limits, okay. So if we limit this, it'll be fine. Storage downgrade. Curious. Because it already has more than that in there. I see. Alright, let's take that out. There we go. We are stack limited. And then we can set this back to the ingot. There we go. Let's put this in the network for now. It'll be fine. Okay. So, yttrium barium cuprate's good. The hardened carbon. Hard carbon. There we go. Hard carbon's almost done, actually. So that's good. The problem will be if I try to make a quantity of fission reactors, we don't have the materials in the network for that. But we're almost there. So that's not too bad. What's it going to take to make the rest of the things? The reactor casings and all that. Steel, tough alloy. Do we have tough alloy? We do not have tough alloy. At least not automated. So let's do that one too. Am I blind? I am blind. There we go. Tough alloy. Ferroboron and lithium. Ferroboron is steel and boron. We have plenty of lithium. We have some boron. Enough to do the thing though, so we are automating more ingots. Let's just grab a bunch of these. Alright, so you're full. Good. You're going great. Alloy smelter. Alright, so alloy smelter. This one did not require anything else, so let's put just another one right here. Alright, so we're making ferroboron alloy. And ferroboron alloy is steel and boron. Ferroboron. ferro boron. Alright, so you're making ferroboron. Probably going to need a second one here in a moment. And then the ferroboron goes into tough alloy smelter with lithium. So we do need a second one.
Are you getting weird stutteries or no? Is it just me?
Nothing that I've noticed yet.
Okay.
Ferroboron. Oops, we need to keep exact ferroboron and lithium. Okay, let's see. You export. Right, we need to set this to that button. And set this to include ferroboron. Okay, those are going in the network. And then you need to be set to the tough alloy, which we'll get as soon as we do the thing. Oh no, Kinder. Another thing for the collection. I'm sure they look amazing. $120 each. Oh dear. Yeah, not at the rate that book turnover happens. If you could stick to one rule set and not go into the next rule sets, or switch engines all the time, then yeah, maybe. But no, not with how many different rule sets you go with. Alright, so we level emit you as well. You are level emitted to tough alloy at 512. You set to tough alloy. Auto out. There we go. Okay. So, you're done. So we've got the hard carbon now, right? Yeah, we've got the 512 hard carbon. Wonderful. And then these guys are going. I do need to actually put the machine covers on them, though. Hard to limit them without actually putting the limiter on. There we go. Alright, so these are now set up for the ferroboron and the tough alloy. Alright. We're getting there. Probably a wise limitation, kinder. Okay, what else do I need for this crazy contraption? Let's do... We got nuclear craft. So these are the blast blocks. These are the fusion reactor casings. I don't know what the blast blocks are for. These might just be the standard explosion-proof blocks. These are the transparents. Now, I was thinking of doing transparents for these, just for funsies. And it looks like it's just a matter of cooking the regular casings with glass, so we can make that decision at any time. The reactor cells are the tough alloy and tempered glass, which we have automated. Empty coolers are steel and tough alloy, so that's good. We got that automated. Cryothium cooler and canning machine. I will probably have to do that by hand. And then we need reactor ports, which is casings and a hopper. That's easy enough. We don't even have reactor ports on automate. Fuck it. Let's do it. What does the machine interface do? Fascinating. Sure, why not? Fusion reactor port. There we go. All right. Lever, reactor casing, cryothium cooler, reactor cells, fission controller. So the reactor cells just hold the fuel. The more cells placed, the more rapidly fuel is used. Cells will be more efficient for each other cell they are adjacent to, or for each adjacent line of moderator blocks. So if I were to do a reactor with just reactor cells and minimal cooling, it'd be fine, right? Yeah, this is the part I'm not clear on, because it looks like there is a planned setup method for these. So, in case of 5x5 cube, or 5x5x5 cube, get inside of it. Place the reactor cells in an alternating pattern with the reactor cells at the corners and spaces between each one. Fill them with cryothium coolers in between. Alternate, etc. Okay. Alright, reactor question.
I hope I have a suitable answer.
Have you looked into anything at all about breeding reactors?
Nope.
Okay.
Why?
Well, the reactor cell mentions that the more reactor cells there are, the more rapidly it burns fuel. Okay. And it feels like there might be some optimal option between reactor cells and coolers, instead of like doing a packed alternating, like maybe some sort of pattern that makes it burn through fuel faster. But I don't know for sure.
Yeah, I don't either.
Okay.
There probably is. You're probably right, but I don't know what it is.
To the Googles.
Hopefully they haven't edited this pack at all, or edited the mod for this pack. that would change anything in the Googling.
True. Who knows? Alright, heat negative for all fuels, designed for generating byproducts for breeding higher level fuels. I'm sorry, what? Base power irrelevant. Passive coolers: helium, redstone, lapis, iron, tin, gold, water, cryothium. Okay. 10 fuel cells. Okay. I don't entirely understand, but I see the design. Uh-huh. Nuclear craft fission reactor design generator. Well, that's a thing. Okay. This is a complex mess. Let's do a 5x5x5 reactor. See what it tells me about. Click the fuel I want to use below. Sure, that one. Optimize for breeding. Yep. Maximize fuel consumption rate. I don't necessarily care about symmetry. So this is a fascinating thing. In case anyone feels like following along. And I'll even put that in... What?
You said, oh.
Ah, I must have been typing and hit my push to talk key. But on that note, I am putting something in the Minecraft Discord. It is a link to a reactor designer for nuclear craft. And it is a complicated clusterfuck.
Oh yeah, that's what we use for PO3. Oh, there's even a PO3 setting on there.
Yeah. There's not one for Greg Tech, or for, there's no mention of Greg Tech in here, and there's not one for Omni or Nomifactory.
Right.
But I'm hitting the run button, see what happens. Please don't blow up my computer.
Yeah, I don't know how that chart works. I remember using it when we had to for PO3, but again, that was it a millennia and a half ago.
Yeah.
So who knows?
Okay, so it says that cooling must be a positive number, but I don't know where we're getting our cooling rate from here. Because it tells me to click the fuel that I want. Ah, okay, so let's do that button. See if that helps. Nope, that button's not easy. So step 3 is if you want to limit the usage of a type of block, enter the maximum number allowed into the table below. Enter a 0 to completely disable the block. You can, however, hover over the acronym to see the full name of each. Active coolers are disabled by default. Okay. So what if I don't care about that and just tell me what I need to put in there? Max allowed. All of them. Nope. Okay. cooling rate. Let's do a lot. Cooling rate must be a positive number. Why do you keep giving me that message? I want you to tell me how to design the cooling rate. This is probably going to take a bit more playing. So, instead, let's do the default reactor. Because default's probably a good answer for now. And then I'll have to do some serious digging to find something off-stream that I can wrap my brain around to figure out an optimal breeding reactor. Because ultimately we've done breeding reactors before in extreme reactors and IC2 and other reactor type methods where the goal is not power output. The goal is to burn as much fuel as possible into its constituent parts so we can then use it for stuff. Extreme reactors is an easy version of that because that's the yellorium and then burning that into cyanite, I think, which then you circulate back into plutonium, and you can keep your reactor cycle going that way. So this is going to be similar, but much more complicated. But I just need to know what method of cooling to use, and that's going to be, so if we go back to nuclear craft coolers, we've got all these options. The water, the redstone, the quartz, etc. These all give a heating or a cooling rate, which is I think in units of heat per tick or something like that. But we won't know how much cooling we need until we figure out how many reactor cells we've got, how fast it burns, how hard it burns, all that crap. So it'll be very difficult to know without a calculator of some kind. Cryothium seems to be the highest cooling rate per tick, so I think theoretically if you just throw cryothium at it endlessly, it should be fine, but I think there's some sort of balance to maintain there. I think it needs to run as hot as possible to burn the fuel, but I don't know what those numbers are yet. So we'll do default reactors and then hope for the best. Let's see if we can make our fission reactors here. Can. I pushed the button. I pushed the button. We've got one. We got two. We got 7 reactors. Lovely. Alright, now we're going to need just an insane amount of reactor casings. Lots. We're missing a lot of tough alloy, so let's start with how many I can make. Nope, that's not the right button. Let's make that many? Yeah, 512. Or 256, 512 tough alloy is needed for the whole thing. And then we're just going to need to wait for all this to finish cooking. Start. Tungsten steel, we have plenty of. The tough alloy we're making automatically. And the other one that I saw in there that was questionable was tungsten, which we just got a lot of, so we're good. Oh, and tungsten steel, which we're good on. Okay, yep, we're good. Just a matter of waiting for those to finish cooking. I can see my wall working. This is great. Various numbers are happening. Why are we getting over? Why are we getting over? Oh, I think I know why we're getting over. And I don't know if I know how to fix that. So the problem is, let's take a peek at that quick. Machine room, drawers. So the problem is, this whole setup here with all these exports. Platinum wire is in here somewhere. Platinum wire, right here. So platinum wire is in this top drawer, and there's 512 in here. So the 512 is the max storage of that drawer. We have 543 in the network. So that means that we've got 30 over what's in that drawer. The problem is as they're getting used from the drawer, and then the drawer is calling a crafting job to fill up the drawer. They're not being used from the network. Now there's another setting. Crafting behavior changed that to use stocked items first, so it should, theoretically, pull out of the network to dump into the drawer. But it doesn't do that. Instead, it uses what's in the drawer to dump into the drawer, which is less than ideal. So the only way to get it to craft is to use this forceful craft option. I don't know how to fix that. There's probably some sort of priority method to fix that. I just don't know what it is yet. Cooler options. So we have water, redstone, quartz, gold, glowstone, lapis, diamond, liquid helium, enderium. Oh, that's not an option right now. Cryothium, iron, emerald, copper, tin, and magnesium. So I think enderium is the only one we can't do based on the types of material we have access to. But yeah, if I look at all these, it's just empty cooler plus the material. So that should be, they should all be accessible except for enderium. Cryothium's a pain in the ass, but we should have access to it. Interesting. Interesting outputs from these things. Alright, we got our reactor casings. Now, before I go too far with this, where the fuck am I putting all this?
Want some machines?
There's just a couple in here. Alright.
Just a couple. I told you it was gonna be bigger.
Oh dear God. Alright. I didn't intentionally come up here, but then I saw it in passing, and I had to warp back down here because I saw it. Now I see that you are you did leave room for the elevators. Okay, good.
Sure did.
All right, I'm trying to figure out where the hell I'm going to start the reactor process, because if we're doing 7 reactors at 7 by 7 total space, that's a lot of space.
That's a lot of space.
That's a lot of space.
7 cubed times, well, 7 to the 4th, I guess.
Yep.
There's a lot of space.
Yeah. And
Sure
I don't know if that's
build another basement.
I don't know if that's its final form either.
Oh, okay.
Because I want to look into optimal breeding reactors, and those might end up being a different size. But I was going to start with 7 of the 5x5 internals for each of the different material types. Now, I don't necessarily need to do 7 if we can count on the first one reacting the first bits. I'm going on more of the outputs, so I don't know if 7 is even the right number.
Oh, okay. 7's probably the right number. You have 1 input, and I mean, there's going to be 8 outputs, I think.
Well, so there's only 7 outputs that we can do. The stabilized Einsteinium does not appear to be feasible with the current thing. It seems to be only doable through fusion reactor or tier 6 microburst.
Ah, touche. Yeah, that's a fusion reactor. Okay.
Yeah. All the other ones are
okay.
Fissions.
Then yeah, I think 7 is probably the right number.
I just don't know exactly what goes into each of these. Like, fuel-wise. Because, like, if you look at, for example, the berkelium, to get the tiny clumps of berkelium, you need the HECM fuel, the LECM fuel, etc., etc.
Yep.
So,
You'll probably want to
several
do the L
possible
version.
outputs. Right. So I don't know if I necessarily need 7 reactors, or if I'm going to need even more than that to account for the different possible fuel types we'll be making. There's a lot of info in there I haven't been able to sift through yet.
At least, so for like the neptunium, americium, californium, curium, berkelium, and plutonium.
So all of them.
Right, those ones. Yeah, you just need yeah. There's only 7 fuels. They're at the. Those are the ones at the bottom right corner of the mid game tab.
Okay.
There's the uranium fission, plutonium fission, curium fission, etc.
Okay.
So,
I was more going on NEI, JEI,
sure.
where there's a lot more options.
Right. I think for the H versions of the who's a what's it's of the fuels, you need active cooling because they produce way too much heat.
Ah.
So you'll probably want to stick with the L's, and that cuts your options in half.
Got it. Is there information on how much heat they will be burning?
It depends on the reactor size and all that. So our initial 5x5 generated less heat and energy than our current 8x8. So
I see.
Yeah, it all depends on.
I see. So yeah, the LEN, if I look at it, it says it uses 90 RF a tick at 36 heat per tick. And the HEN is 360 RF a tick at 216 heat per tick.
Mm-hmm.
Got it. Okay.
Also, I don't know if you saw this, but on the EV manual line up on the second floor in the back, there's a canning machine for making the cooling cells.
Ah, good, good. And there's even some cryothium still left in there.
Yep.
Okay.
So you'll need that.
All right. Cool. Speaking of cooling cells, let's start making some of those. Let's start making, hang on. 63 reactor cells, 62 cooler cells. I don't remember which one's which, so we're just doing a number of each. A number of each. Perfect. Okay, well, at least those are easy to craft. And then I've got a lot of reactor casings. Let's do reactor port. Let's do all of the reactor ports. So we have crazy amounts of neptunium at the moment. So what's the difference between the crafting of these? So this is one 236 and several 237s, whereas this one is 4 236s and 5 237s. Got it. Okay. Yeah, I'm wondering about that variety of cooler blocks. I wonder if the intent of that is to get it as close to passive cooling as possible, rather than like going way overboard with like all cryothium and just blast chilling the thing. If they're trying to keep it as close as possible to the heat generation to keep the breeding up, I wonder if that's the goal there. Because obviously the hotter you run it, the faster it's going to burn through its fuel. Or at least I assume, based on other nuclear type mods that I've played. So it would make sense if that's their goal. And that would be then the reasoning behind all the different types. So in the build that you're seeing, Blade, I can't get this calculator to just do the thing. Let's see. Heat, let's do 350. Max allowed lots, run. I just keep getting cooling rate must be a positive number. But I put in the cooling rate as 350 when the heat rate is listed as 300 at the top. So I don't know where it's getting its failure from. But it won't let me go forward. What about this one? It's the same one. Several links point back to the same one, so there's something about this one that people like, but I'm having a hard time getting it to do the thing. Only generate a heat neutral reactor, uncheck. There we go. Nope, cooling rate must be a positive number. Okay, fine. Ensure active coolers are accessible by piping. Let's just uncheck that, because I think we're only doing passive coolers, right? There's also a nuclear craft overhauled version, but I don't think we have that one. You get it to run with LU-235. Okay, so normal LU-235. I think what I was missing is I was missing the default button. There we go. The step 4 that I didn't read because I'm terrible at reading things sometimes. Okay, optimize for breeding. Let's go with heat neutral reactor. Symmetry whatevs. It's doing training iterations because it's doing some sort of deep learning process. My computer has gone into jet engine mode. I am hearing it. It's thinking. It's thinking. It's thinking. I'm watching the output, and it looks like the output is cryothium reactors across the board. Oh, nope, we got 3 redstone coolers in there. But it looks like 150 casings is the answer for this size, so we're doing that regardless. Let's do... Let's see. It ran for a really long time for you? Okay. Yeah, it looks like the ultimate layout is going to be mostly an alternating reactor cell and then cryothium cell. But there's a couple variations I'm seeing in mine. So like layer 1 is reactor cell 3 in a row, and then cryothium, and then reactor cell. And then the next one is cryothium alternating across the board. The next one is alternating starting with the reactor cell, but a redstone first, and then cryothium. So there's a handful of multiple reactor cells adjacent to each other, which is what I was expecting out of a breeder, because you would expect to have more reactor cells adjacent to each other, because they need to be able to ping the neutrons off of each other or whatever they're doing. I'm not a nuclear scientist. I just know what I've learned from Minecraft and watching YouTube. But the general gist is the reactor cells need to be close to each other to be able to bounce fuel off of each other to cause warmer and faster reactions to burn through the fuel faster. Which is what we're looking for. So that's, I mean, if I hit stop now, it looks like it's not moved for several episodes. We're on episode 350 now. Each episode having several thousand training iterations. And I don't see the reactor having changed in at least a couple hundred episodes. So we're probably good. Let's go ahead and hit stop. And I'm going to screenshot this and slap this in my Discord so I can use that for later. Alright, good, good. Okay, so let's see about building this thing. I am going to need a couple of the redstone casings. Reactor cells, cooling cells, ports. I don't need all those ports, but it's fine. Alright, so now we're going to need cryothium. And, like, a lot. Actually, how much cryothium are we going to need? It's 4 per cooling block, I do believe, because it's 1,000 per cooling, 250 per cryothium, so we're going to need a lot. So let's just make a lot. Perfect. Alright, so over here we have the canning machine. I'm going to need the fluid version. Extractor. Perfect. Alright, so let's do some extractador. Also, we're going to need the redstone cooler, 3 of them. I'm going to try for this optimized breeder reactor and see how it goes. So we need 3 of them. And those just go straight into the canning machine. Storage problems caused by myself. Alright, and then we're also going to need more reactor casings, actually. We need, according to my numbers, we need 68 reactor casings. And then we only need 54 cryothium and 3 redstone. So let's do some of that. I need better tanks. Do I need better tanks? I don't need better tanks because our machine input blocks are awful. So let's take you. Put you over here. Put these guys in here. Get cooking on some more. This is where I would be tempted to automate the creation of liquid cryothium and automate the creation of the reactor cells. I still might do it, because I've got 7 fucking reactors to build. So that still might be a thing that we do. Alright, so that's 32, I've got 36. Yeah, so I mean, the only options I set were heat neutral reactor and optimized for breeding. I unchecked the symmetry, and I unchecked the ensure active coolers are accessible by piping, because active coolers are disabled anyway, so whatever, it shouldn't matter. So those are the only different settings we probably used. We'll go ahead and do one more stack. Might as well do the whole thing. No. I wasn't aware that was going to happen, but that's fine. Let's make 3 more, maybe 4 more. I don't remember. It made 4 anyways. That's perfect. Looks like we might need 1 more to finish the cryo theme that's in here. Which is fine. We can make an overage because we're going to need them for the 7 other reactors that we're making. Alright, slap a U back in the network. So I've got reactor casings aplenty. I've got my coolers. I've got my port. I don't have my fusion reactors themselves, or the fission reactors. I've got that now. Okay, now the ultimate question: where? I didn't plan for this. I wasn't planning on a reactor day. I could hollow out this building and just do reactors top to bottom. We also have this building over here that will eventually be used for something. He did say basement, but I'm going to try my damnedest not to basement. Reactor room? Reactor building? Could irradiate some cows, it'll be fine. Or this building is a pretty viable option because we're planning on building like right here as well. And this could turn into something else, decoratively speaking. And internal is real dark. Internal's real dark. But internal, it's got about the right spacing. So maybe that's a thing we do? Let's see. So the building was going to go here. 2, 3, 4 chunks, maybe 5. And then it was going to extend out to like this away. So this building, or this space here, is technically probably not going to get used. But yeah, I think this building might be the right answer. Let's put some lights on here. And let's start digging. I'm probably going to need to empty my pockets in a moment here. Let's do... You know what? Let's dump the reactor stuff. Get... We'll pick it up again when I'm ready to actually start building. There we go. Pocket's empty. Oop, almost bad. Almost wrong button. At this point, we are well practiced at disassembling buildings, yeah, it shouldn't take too terribly long. Let's start over here. So this is the other building that's directly adjacent, but we can skip that for now. This one has a thing. Our hull was missing. It's fine. Ah, my drill head broke. Boo. Let's see. Let's do a stainless steel drill tip. I need a wrench and screwdriver for that. Wrench and screwdriver. Wrench and screwdriver. Is this another one of them recipes where the electric ones don't work? Wrench, screwdriver. Yep. All right. That's fair enough. Thank you for at least mentioning that earlier blade, because otherwise I would have been lost and confused. Yeah. Let's carry on. Oh, right. My attempt at making another portal that failed. Forgot about that. Get off. Okay, so we now have a skyscraper to make a nuclear reactor out of. Let's clean this up a little bit. It's probably not going to be perfect, but it's fine. Well, looks mostly good. Okay, so what sort of space do we have internal here? Is this a standard 14 by 14 internal? 12? 12, okay. 12 by 12. It's fine. And that's because the walls are too thick because of the design of the windows. Got it. Okie dokie. So, we need reactors. And we need reactors to go in here. Reactor, reactor, reactor. Okay. So let's build the thing. And I will not recess it at the moment. So we've got center, okay.
Random question, and I know who I'm asking and what the content or the quality of the question is. So
I'm loving the faith. I'm loving it.
Well, you'll see what I mean as soon as I start.
Uh-huh.
Do you remember?
Got it. Understood.
See?
Okay.
the PO3 mod with all the starlight stuff. Ready to make like the starlight altar and find the constellations with the telescope and shit like that?
Yes.
You remember what that was called?
I think it was something like Astrocraft or something like that.
Oh, was it that simple? Could be.
Astral Sorcery. There we go.
Ah, that's it. Nice, thanks.
Yeah. I've only ever played with that one like 2 or 3 times tops. So it's a unique one.
Yeah, I had someone in here talking about magic mods. And I'm like, well, the only ones I've ever done are the ones that are in PO3. Which is like Britannia, Lordcraft, and then whatever this other one.
Yeah, there's quite a few neat ones. Britannia, Lordcraft I was not familiar with at all, even throughout the PO3 process.
Yeah, that was weird.
Astral Sorcery I've only done a couple times. Thaumcraft and its various iterations. Witchery. Witchery is a fun one.
Witchery?
Yeah, Witchery, where you play as an actual like witch in the woods and make voodoo dolls and stuff.
Oh. Interesting.
And it's got a whole dream aspect, so you literally travel to the astral realm and do basically this entirely different dimension where you can't bring any items to or from it, so you kind of have to build yourself up in the astral realm to survive and accomplish other things. It's a fascinating mod.
Interesting.
Demos, you realize I can't very easily do an extreme close-up of the pit, right? Like, this is as close as you're gonna get. There's your pit. I'm not like Pine. I don't have a mobile camera. My cameras are all on static mounted tripods. It sounds like a me problem. I mean, yeah, I guess. What's with the sass, huh? What did I do to deserve the sass? I did nothing to deserve the sass. I am not intentionally making a pit in Nomifactory. I am making a nuclear reactor. Alright, so speaking of which, we're going to use this as my front side. So let's slap down the controller. And we'll slap down the port somewhere. We'll figure out where that needs to go in a minute. You did guess a nuclear reactor, indeed. Okay, so now's time to build the reactor internal. Let's actually destroy the top of this. So we can do this from top down, because I'm gonna need to constantly refer to my stuff. Alright, there was your pit, Demos. Okay, so let's pull over the reactor craft reactor doodad. I think I'm actually going to just pull up the screenshot. Oh, Blades is drastically different. Interesting. So 136 efficiency, mine is 158 efficiency. Blades is lower active power. Net heat is -40, mine's -10. So mine's a lot closer on the net heat. I don't know what the duty cycle is for. But fuel use rate, my fuel use rate is 68, whatever that indicates. Whereas Blades is 65. I think mine is going to use more fuel then, potentially. I don't know. But mine's a higher number of fuel use, so that sounds like slightly better. And mine's easier to build than Blades. Slightly. Because his is a combination of cryothium, redstone, lapis, and WT, whichever that one is. Mine is just cryothium and redstone. I like mine better. Let's use mine. Open in browser. slap of that somewhere where I can see it easily. I said slap of that somewhere where I can see it easily. There we go. You just ran out of a whole bunch of berries. What? How did you run out of berries, Demos? Also, have a Luna. I have a very tired kitty here. He had way too much excitement investigating the ball pit. And getting high on crack. Kitty crack. Good kitty. Okay, so we need reactor cells, cryothium, redstone. Okay. So we're going to be building this from the position that is listed in this orientation, with this being front. Da 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 doodly doodly do do. Okay. And then doodly doodly do redstone cryothium. Alright, reactor, cryothium, reactor, cryothium. And you are reactor, cryothium, reactor, cryothium, reactor. That's step one. 'Twas a good chaos. Did you enjoy yourself, Aluna? Sold out of so much stuff, that is probably a very good thing. I will give you a watery cheers to that. Okay. So. Redstone. Reactor, cryothium. Reactor. And these are all alternating from here, so we can do that. Okay. Next one is all alternating again. Until the last one. So we'll do cryothium, reactor, redstone, cryothium. Okay. And then we have a layer that is mostly alternating. Hey, hang on a sec. Ah, I only did 4 tall. That's why. I see. More tall. 5 tall. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that's why. Okay, I was thinking I was almost out. I still have 2 more rows to do. Ooh, a little migraine on day 1. That's awful. But you pushed through it. You persevered. And you rocked it. Alright, reactor. The rest of this is alternating normally. Okay, and then the top layer is mostly alternating, except for this part here. Okay. And then you need to be doodly doodly do. Doodly doodly do do. Doodly doodly do do. Alright, we have a reactor. Or at least we have most of the top part of a reactor. Reactor. Casing incomplete. ¿Por qué? We have 5x5. We have 5x5 internals. Casing incomplete. It has a problem.
What'd you do?
I made a reactor and it no react.
Oh my god.
Structure incomplete.
Oh my. Okay, I'll come take a look. Where are you?
The dark brown building.
Also, welcome Zoe.
We have a Zoe. Hi, welcome Zoe, wherever you are.
I was still holding down the button, but that's okay. I don't know. We mean the dark brown. Which dark? Oh, the one right across the.
Yeah,
Ah.
right on the other side of the pond. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Just hollowed out the center of
you
this thing for now.
Hollowed it out.
Yeah. So I have a reactor. 5x5x5 internal. External casing. Everything seems fine. Is that not in the right place? Here, have one.
Yeah, I don't think you can have them on the corners.
Ah, I see. It has formed now. Good.
Yes.
Alright then. Well, thank you.
Yep. Yeah, I remember those weird. I was trying to remember what the placement rules were for them, but yeah,
Okie dokie.
they're a little silly.
Fair enough. So theoretically, this is a self-sustaining reactor, but I think it's under LEN fuel, so it obviously is going to change based on that. So my thought is figure out which fuel is going to go into each one of these, and then build a self-sustaining reactor off of that.
Are you
Obviously,
gonna stack them? Is that what you're doing?
yeah, just put a floor in between them and just stack them.
I mean, you need a floor in between them.
Maybe. I don't know.
Just conduits running between them with logic between them. Maybe.
Well, the only thing I'm worried about is if like stacking another one directly on top is going to cause multi-block problems. If they need to have like a space between them.
Oh, right. Yeah, I guess I didn't mean like yeah, with an air gap between.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, theoretically, this is a high fuel burning reactor.
Which fuel do you intend to put in it?
Well, it's set for LEN, and that's where this is probably going to be a dry run. Because I need to figure out what fuel is going to go into each one of these things. Oh, thanks. I still need to set up the no splody hatch with the redstone conduit and stuff.
We'll just slap that in. See if it even gets hot enough. You can always
No need for safety. Just slap fuel in there and watch it blow.
Put a lever on the side, and then you can toggle it off and on right away. I don't know how the redstone thing is supposed to work. I know it says it in the quest book, but boy, do I not know. Oh, yeah, it'll be fine. See, it's still at negative. It still has cooling capability.
Oh yeah, okay.
So it can handle LEN just fine.
Good. All right. Now, do these things stop working if they run out of, or if they fill up their power?
No,
buffer?
that was the logic I had to set up with all my wiring.
Oh,
and
right,
stuff.
okay.
Yep.
How
So yeah,
embarrassing for
no, it'll just keep running. Which I mean, we
Okay.
can run power wires from here, so that way we can just, get what we can out of it. But
Okay.
yeah, if we're setting them specifically for breeding, then
So
air.
theoretically, for each of these, they would be dedicated to a specific type of fuel. We'd be centrifuging their outputs, creating the fuel for the next one, etc. Right?
Sorry, what?
Just trying to figure out the whole logic behind this. So each one of these reactors would be dedicated to a specific type of fuel input,
Right.
and they would be depleting their output. We would be centrifuging that, and then would be using the centrifuged outputs from that to make the next tier fuel.
Make the next tier. Right.
Okay.
Minus, I guess, a small portion, so that way we can stabilize it.
Right. Right.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't want to convert all of the output into the next tier fuel, otherwise. Yeah.
Right.
So there's limited drawers, and that'd be fine.
I was thinking just limit it to whatever the output is of this machine. Like, just have them directly feeding into each one of them.
Oh, yeah.
But I'll have to think through the logic on that.
Sure.
Okay. Now the question is, can it be a self-sustaining power setup? You know, with 7 reactors in a tower, can I run all the centrifuges off the reactors that are doing the centrifuging?
I'm gonna assume you get a negative return eventually.
That would be unfortunate.
Which is why over in the other room I have the TBU fuel as the starting point.
Got it.
And then once that runs out, it burns all the higher tier ones, and by the time the higher tier ones burn out, we now have another backlog of TBU.
Okay.
TBU you can generate infinitely by thermal centrifuging thorium dust.
Right.
But
okay. So if the purpose of this is to just breed up the fuel, what would be our starting point? Would we start with the TBU?
I guess you can set up your own system for TBU. Yeah. It's super easy to make.
So TBU, that's from thorium.
It is.
Prepared thorium. Okay.
You'll want more than 5 thermal centrifuges like I've got, 'cause that's not fast enough.
Right. And then thorium TBU fuel turns into uranium, neptunium. Okay.
Yep. So actually, yeah, if you go into the fuel prep room at reactor control.
Yeah.
This one. Yeah, so one of the rock breakers is for black granite, which gives you the thorium dust. And I don't care about the black granite dust at all. The red granite dust, one of the outputs occasionally is 238 small or tiny piles of 238 dust.
Okay.
So you can.
What do you need that for if I'm using TBU?
So if you're going to just straight up use the TBU instead, then you have to really. Well, I think doesn't the TBU give you 235?
It does, but isn't the goal of TBU to be neptunium, which is going to be one of the stabilized outputs?
Yeah. What I'm wondering though is, so when you do the, what fuel is it? The LEU 235.
Right.
And you deplete that, you get your 2 different kinds of plutonium nuggets, so you can do the plutonium fuel and get stabilized chunks of plutonium.
I see.
So I don't know if you also want to do uranium or not, but
yeah, that's where I think this is going to require a little bit more investigation.
right.
Because there's a lot of different fuel inputs and outputs. With 7 goal items, but no clear path to get to those goal items.
Right.
Yeah.
So
that's where I was wondering if 7 reactors was even going to be enough.
Yeah, if you need to do uranium fusion at all, then you get your 235 from your TBU, and you get your 238 from red granite.
And thorium comes from the black granite?
It does, yes.
Okay.
We also have a shit ton of it in the network, I'm pretty sure.
Probably. Hey, it looks like you're voiding this stuff.
No, I'm not voiding this stuff, it just backs up. but the other stuff comes from, or at least I'm not voiding the thorium because that's the only thing I care about. I'm voiding the granite dusts. Yes.
Is it macerating the
Yes.
black granite that gets the thorium output? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Got it.
Same with the red granite for the others. Tiny little pile.
Fascinating.
Oh, it's a small pile. That's even better. Then you gotta arc furnace the dust for the uranium if you need it into ingots.
Okay. Alright. Good thing I've got a secondary building directly next to the tall tower building.
Yep. But yeah, these four here thermal centrifuges are not quick enough. Yeah, when we started today, this was at 700 TBU fuel. Now we're down at 450.
I see.
But again, that's where it starts to run the high-powered stuff, and then this builds up again.
And then the prepared thorium that you're using, that's just a stack of 9 for a TBU.
Yeah, I put it into this crafter here.
Got it. Okay. Okay. Fascinating. Do we have any sort of flowchart out there for all the various nuclear fuels?
Not that I'm aware of.
Cool.
It'd be cool if there was. I couldn't find one.
So I've got another job to do, spreadsheet-wise. Not now, by all means. No, absolutely not. But for a weekend project, perhaps, to figure out the whole flowchart of all the nuclear fuels.
Yeah, which order to do things in and how much to get out and all that, yeah.
Yeah, because if we're going to be using a lot of those fuels to feed back into the fuel process, then there's got to be some sort of overage to be able to get the stabilized versions. Like, there has to be some
I should
sort of
imagine.
overage.
There's just probably just a little bit we can skim off the top.
Right.
Yeah.
Ick. Okay, okay. So, what I'm hearing is I'm going to create 7 reactors and then not know what to do with them, but we'll have them.
But we'll have them.
But we'll have them.
They could you could set up a massive TBU fuel setup and just have them all running that until we know what we need them for.
That's true. I could definitely go overboard with the TBU creation if necessary.
Just have your TBU fuel creation setup be the first thing that your reactors power.
Just all of it. Okay.
And then, yeah.
Okay.
And then they can just self-sustain itself.
You're not even using all these rock breakers.
No,
you don't even have some
I didn't know if
opened up.
there was. Yeah, I didn't know what the ratios were going to end up being. If there's some other use. So if you want those 3, go for it. And the 2 macerators sitting there. Like I said, I don't have.
Oh, those are overage too. Okay, got it.
Yep.
Alright, we'll see.
I just didn't know if like the thorium production was going to be a high enough percentage, so I would want 2 stacks of thorium or not. But yeah, it's the centrifuges that are the slow part, as with everything.
Yeah, we really need that mass centrifuge thing.
Is there a multi-block thermal centrifuge?
I think so. Let's see. Large centrifuge unit.
Oh yeah, machine mode, centrifuge and thermal centrifuge.
Oh yeah, so the large centrifuge unit can do both. Got it.
You probably have to dedicate it to do one versus the other by a mode you have to select.
Right.
But okay, well that's good. So yeah, we can make a massive one.
So on that note, that was some of the things I was trying to solve in a previous stream and wasn't able to. I've got the large centrifuge unit block built, but we were lacking some of the ores for, or the alloys for that.
Like
automated HSLA steel and stuff like
that
that.
stuff. Yeah. Well, we always focus on that instead and be rewarded building reactors.
Oh, I guess I could build another reactor too. I really would like to figure out, there's one of the building gadgets is a copy-paste building gadget. And that would be fantastic to duplicate those reactors. But I don't know how to use it. Every time I've tried, it's not worked correctly.
Yeah, I don't know how to use it either. Maybe you can always experiment with it on a building away from here.
True, just copy-paste a building. Or I could just experiment on the reactor and hope that it doesn't explode.
Or hope that you don't delete it.
Also
that would be my concern.
Yeah, that'd be a problem.
Yeah, just void the whole reactor.
Whoopsie doodle. Alright. Well, I'm gonna do some reactors then. Okay, so uppies. Here? Yeah, here. Alright, so this is where we're gonna do more of these things. Let's do more things. Nuclear craft. We have 12 cryotheum coolers. We can make more. Let's make, I don't know, some. We also have not nearly enough reactor casings, so we need some. Shit, we don't have enough tough alloys. Perfect. Cool. Probably because I just made a whole bunch of reactor cells. Fair enough. Same here. Okay, so we gotta let tough alloy cook for a little bit. That is one that I would love to have expanded, because when I set up the automation for the tough alloy, I knew it was gonna be slow. Tough alloy is a alloy smelter. We do have the Alloy Blast Smelter that I was hoping to be able to do. If I recall, this one, we should, yep, there we go. First one on the thing, tough alloy. So you throw nitrogen in the blast alloy smelter with the various dusts, and it doesn't even need the second stage. That's the cool part. So the tough alloy by default was the ferroboron and lithium, and the ferroboron was the steel and the boron. You throw the steel, the boron, and the lithium in the alloy blast smelter, and it does it all in one step. And it does it 10 seconds versus 15 seconds. This one does speed up because of the higher tier alloy smelter makes it faster, but still skipping a step is wonderful. And this is MV, so we'd be able to do the alloy blast smelting at higher tiers. It would probably be IV at the start, so it would already be 2 point something seconds, which would be fan-frickin-tastic. Yeah, this might be a thing we do, because the alloys are very slow, including the HSLA steels and all that stuff. But if I recall, this is a nightmare to build. Heat vents, tantalum carbide, double molybdenum disilicide, etc. Those actually aren't too terrible. Did I automate the heat vents? I did not. Let's go automate the heat vents. I don't need to, but I want to. So this is going to be here. Heat vent. Oh, it's a regular recipe. Right. Regular recipe. Heat vent. What else do we need for this thing? Maintenance hatches, input buses, output buses, muffler hatches, all those fun things. The alloy blast smelter itself, and then some coil blocks. Cooper nickel seems to be the only one needed, at least for the alloys that we were working on, but there's probably higher ones needed. And then this block is more tantalum carbide. Let's automate that. making sure I didn't actually make one before. That's fine. Okie dokie. Alloy Blast Smelter. And then the other block that was needed was the high temperature smelting casing. 35 of them, which is HSLA steel and titanium carbide. This is the one where I wasn't sure if we had the materials for it. So that's 2 per craft. And we needed 35 of them. So let's take a look. We are missing the titanium carbide and the HSLA steel. So, how's about we automate those things? That feels like a thing I should do. Because I've been bitching about that. And the more I bitch about it, the less problems I'm solving. So let's do it. Titanium carbide, HSLA steel, and then also let's look at the centrifuge. Because those ones are a huge delaying point for us. We need the vibration safe casing was the big sticking point there. Steel pipe casing is not automated. Let's do it. And this was the vibration safe casing. We need 50. Where we need ink alloy. Right, ink alloy. Maybe not the ink alloy. Right, I remember now. The ink alloy was the one that we actually needed. Hang on. Hot ingot. Ink alloy dust. We needed the molten ink alloy in the Alloy Blast Smelter. Aluminum, manganese, vanadium steel, and yttrium. So this was the one where we needed the Alloy Blast Smelter to do the large centrifuge unit. So, let's do it. How many problems have we had and how many are we expecting to fix? That is a very good question. So far, I have fixed 3 problems. These 3 machines represent 3 problems that have been fixed. And I'm actually about to do a couple more potentially. We've also solved our auto crafting problem. Auto crafting just wasn't working for a little bit there. I am creating problems in the form of a reactor. I'm attempting to create a new reactor, which is all the way down here. I've hollowed out this building to add more reactors, and we're going to cause more problems with reactors, but I'm waiting for my alloys to cook, so I can't do that at the moment. So yeah, we're solving other problems. But you have asked for a various selection of buttons, so we're going to do those. And you have hit the kitty time button, where, Drac and I, you have probably missed that we have a new feature, the kitty ball pit. Can't get them to use it just yet, but we're trying. So we're going to try again with your kitty time. Kitties. There's the kitties. Hello, the kitties. Hello, the kitties. I am hoping they will have fun with that. But for right now, the most I've managed to get is a little bit of a passing curiosity from Gizmo. And Gila will stick his face in there to pull out those treats I put in there. But he will come right back out again to eat the treats. so he will not stay in. But they're not terrified of it, which is a great start. Okay, so ink alloy's not happening, but we do need... let's revisit what we need for the Alloy Blast Smelter high temperature. We need HSLA steel and titanium carbide. Titanium we have in spades. Carbon we have in spades, so we just need to slap those two things together to make the titanium carbide. So, the only thing I don't know is if I grind up titanium, is that going to immediately get pulled out to cook back into ingots again? Oh yeah, no, they're definitely interested. When I had the balls in the bag that I got it in, they were all over the balls to see if they could play with them. And then when I got the ball pit, they were jumping inside the ball pit to roll around inside of it. So they were definitely interested. So now I've put the two together. They're trying to figure out the best way to handle the situation. But they are not scared of it, which is great. Has question.
Yeah.
I need titanium carbide.
Yep.
If I were to grind up titanium and make it available in the network like you've got all the other powders,
Yeah.
is that automatically going to be pulled out to cook into ingots somewhere?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I had one of the EBFs on the, I'm gonna say on the right side, so hopefully that means anything. But it was one of the ones on the right side was set up to do multiple different things back when I was just trying to craft stuff for one of the quests. But I think I removed those from the interface. You might want to double check.
Okay. And then I guess a follow-up on that is, if we are going to be automating titanium cooking at some point, should I find some other method to store up my excess titanium powders so that they don't get cooked? Because we do need titanium in bulk.
We do. I don't think you have to worry about the titanium powder getting cooked. No, because the two titanium furnaces go off of ilmenite and carbon, and then the titanium tetrachloride. There isn't one that just does powder.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. Okay. Then that fixes that question. Okay.
Yep.
So we need a titanium powder machine. This is not the direction.
Alright, I'm gonna BRB right quick.
Okie dokie. We need a titanium powder machine. Let's look up the HSLA steel. Well, let's look up the titanium carbide. Titanium carbide. This one. Titanium carbide. It is a hot titanium carbide ingot, I do believe, which is cooked up in a blast furnace with helium. Great. Titanium carbide dust is a mixture of the titanium and carbon dust. Titanium is just pulverized anything made of titanium, which is probably the ingots as well. So we'll assume pulverized titanium ingots. Oh, there's Gizmo. He's looking at the thing. He's looking at the thing. He knows there's treats in there. Alright, mixer, titanium, carbon. Easy. Easy. Titanium, carbon. It's a shame that that can't be done in an alloy smelter, but it's fine. Titanium carbide dust. Centrifuge. Those things. Titanium carbide. Yes, this is where the Alloy Blast Smelting could come in handy. Unfortunately, this also needs the titanium powder version. So maybe this isn't the best option, but still. Oh, they're doing more things. Gila's looking for treats. He wants more. Alright, we need macerator. Let's look at the HSLA steel and see what I need to do for that. HSLA steel ingot is HSLA steel dust straight in a blast furnace. And it does not have a cooled variant. This is good. And this dust is Invar, vanadium, titanium, molybdenum. Okay. We have Invar dust. We have vanadium dust. We have vanadium dust. We have Invar dust. We have molybdenum dust. And then titanium dust is the one I need to make. Okay. Well, that's easy enough. So we need to make titanium dust, and then we need to mix. I kind of want to just slap an extra one over here. Like this one could be the titanium grind. In fact, let's do it. Drawer. Downgrade.
Alrighty.
Welcome back. Spruce drawer. Macerator. Macerator. Spruce drawer. Alright, so let's slap some of these things away. Oh, it's patterns. I need to put these patterns away. Let's do that quick. Before I forget. He's diving. All right. We need an interface. We need a handful of robot arms. A handful of filters. All right, titanium. Robot arm. Also, screwdriver, wrench, filter, titanium, oops, keep exact. Ah, right, wire. Not entirely sure why that one doesn't have a number, but sure, whatever. It's limited. It should only have a stack in there. Yep, good, good. Ooh, titanium dust is getting pulled somewhere. Alright, minor issue.
What?
As soon as I started grinding up titanium dust, it is getting pulled somewhere. And I have no idea where.
It is.
So...
Where are we going? Oh, right
So
there.
grinding up titanium here, I'm watching it, the numbers going down every once in a while and then back up again. And I can watch the network that shows 64, it's going down to 63 occasionally. So something's pulling titanium dust somewhere. And I haven't set anything up to use it yet.
I don't think I have either.
So unless there's like forgotten automation that we set up to use titanium dust to make like HSLA steel or something. It's
Almost certainly forgotten. I mean,
Yeah.
look at how many things we've done.
Right.
Okay. Well, none of these machines down here are running. Let's check over here.
This one's running to make tungsten steel, but that's not it. Nothing here. Alright, machine's full. It just pulled out like 4 and then grinded up another 4. So yeah, it's definitely getting used occasionally.
Let me see.
I love this thing. Just blips briefly as it blast smelts a dozen items at once. Let's go with machine room. I'm pretty positive I didn't do anything machine room yet. I didn't get a chance to. I was intending to. Because this one is diamond steel, steel boron, ferroboron, lithium. You got it?
Yep.
What was it?
It was an EBF. It was one of your duplicate, like the double up ones. Titanium dust was in one of its interfaces.
Fascinating. I swear I had checked all the EBFs.
Yeah.
Apparently not.
Apparently not.
Well,
All
right
right.
then.
Yeah.
But how titanium dust? Because
I don't
wasn't.
know. But yeah, it was in this one here.
But I'm so confused because isn't titanium dust not cooked up that way?
Not normally, but I mean you can throw it in an EBF.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know why that was in there.
I don't either.
Well, whatever. Fixed.
Fix, hooray. See? Causing and solving more problems.
I was a little concerned because when I got down there, one of the titanium ones was running, but it's just because it had enough ilmenite to do it.
Right.
I was like, oh, maybe this is using the powder.
Nope, just something
Oh.
I did without realizing it, apparently.
Was something else.
Alright, Demos, have yourself a good night. Also, kitties are gone, so yeah, I'm back, and you're gone. Bye, Demos. Okay, so then, go back in here, and we finish this automation, where I am then going to use these things. Okay, so we need 2 more mixers. Tis water time, you say. Okie dokie. Alright, 2 more mixers. Done. Mixy, mixy. Now, for titanium carbide, we need titanium dust and carbon dust. And that is a 1-to-1 mixture? 1-to-1 mixture, yes. Carbon dust, titanium dust. Okay. For HSLA steel, this one's a little bit worse because we need 2 invar, but vanadium, titanium, molybdenum, invar. Vanadium, titanium, molybdenum, and then invar dust. 2 of them to set it right. Okay. Just to confirm the circuits, we need a 1 circuit in here. And we need a 1 circuit in here. Okay. Alright. We need a robot arm in each of these. Slap-a-da, slap-a-da. We need the output to be bottom. Screwdriver. Filter. Titanium and carbon. Keep exact. 1 and 1 is fine. And import. You can be keep exact 2 1 1 1. Good, good. Keep exact export done. Titanium carbide we can slap at the bottom. HSLA steel we can slap at the bottom. Auto out, auto out. Take one of each of these, and then we need to throw them in their appropriate EBFs. You EBF with helium, and you can EBF with nitrogen. So we just need to find the right ones for those. And then beg forgiveness for jumping on top and using multiple. Oh, there we go. Okay. So, you are a helium, and you are tungsten, but you're pretty much going to be going all the time, aren't you? And the other one, helium, nitrogen. So you are helium and you are running tungsten carbide. So let's slap the titanium carbide in there with it. And filter-wise, we can keep 10. Sure. Yeah. You doing the thing? You're not doing the thing? Oh, because you're limited to just the tungsten carbide. Right. Ah. Well, that's going to make it harder to jump on any of these. You are nitrogen, and you are vanadium, steel, and manganese phosphide. So let's do that. Okay. Before I go too far, let's go to here. And we'll do limited outputs, because I forgot to do that. Alright, your level output is going to be the HSLA steel. Yeah. And let's do 512. And your level output is going to be the titanium carbide. 512. Cably. Cably. We need 2 more of the machine controllers. You don't know how to make levers in the system? Right, fine. levers. Perfect. There we go. Alright, so we have plenty of powder. I forgot to limit those things. God dag nabbit. You stop. Alright, you get limited. And let's just put this back in the thingy. Just go in there. Why is my control shift not working anymore? Weird. Alright, that's fine. Okay. So now I need to find a helium that is not being level emitted, or create a new one. You are oxygen. You are no liquid. You are titanium tetrachloride, so you're the making the titanium. You are nitrogen. Level, level, level. All of the level emitting. And you are helium. So I guess I could put the titanium carbide in here. And maybe we expand out to use all of these? Because this thing's kind of going strong. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, okay, let's do it. We just need to export more stuff, so fluid exports, cables, conduits. It'd be nice if we could do a limited input. Maybe we just set it to round robin. Maybe that'll be easier. No filter, just round robin. Yeah, let's do that. That. Alright, you're heliuming just fine. good. And then we set this. Alright, so extract round robin. Always. Filter. Not needed, technically, but let's just throw these on import. And the round robin should kick in. What is missing? Ah, number 2 circuit. Yeah, number 2 circuit. Several number 2 circuits, but just number 2 circuit. Okay. So those are now happening.
All right, the new DML room is done.
Nice, already?
Yep.
Nice.
Just gotta wait for all the data models to train up, so things run at an appreciable clip, but especially the Enderman ones, because we're not making enough clay just yet to run it all, but we should. Especially as things start backing up.
Uh-oh. There we go. Okay. So you're doing the thing. Ow. 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 Alright, I have automated the HSLA steel and titanium carbide.
Nice.
I've also expanded out the big 6x6 EBF
Yeah.
to just take in whatever ingots and just dump it in all 3 of them, or in all 6 of them. Round robin it so that they can bulk process.
Nice.
Now we're bulk processing titanium carbide.
I like it. I like it.
I'm thinking this might be a good alternative for each of the different liquid types. Just do a big bulk chain of them. Have it just share the load. Cook them up as fast as possible. At least until we get the Alloy Blast Smelter going, if that's going to end up being stupid fast. Which, speaking of which, I'm like 2 steps away from making that.
Excellent. Looking forward to it.
Yeah. Good morning, Havenbach. How you doing? Oh my god, we have an advancement. Havenbach, you came at just the right time. We have a gizmo in the ball pit. I know, right?
So there's a line in the I see in the dust room that has got 3 mixers and 4 macerators, but nothing in the drawers. Those
Yeah, you set that up. I don't know what's about that.
I didn't. No, this row right here.
This row right here.
This row.
You know what? That may have been my plan for the HSLA steel and titanium carbon. I totally forgot to set those up. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what that was. So those are just free to use.
There's tantalum in one of them, and then there's
tantalum carbide was one of them that I was planning on doing. So, yes. So yes, most of those are free to use. So I ended up doing the HSLA steel and titanium carbide over here.
Got it. Okay.
So I need one of these macerators to macerate up tantalum, and then I need one of the mixers for the tantalum carbide. The other 2 are free.
Cool. All right.
And I see you already macerated Invar elsewhere, so I can turn off that.
It did, yes.
And vanadium is apparently coming in powdered form.
Yeah, quite a bit of it.
So I don't need to powderize that.
Nope. Yeah, no, there's a lot of vanadium magnetite in the end, so the drill just grabbed a ton of it.
So the tantalum is going to be the hardest part. Oh, apparently we got tantalum now.
Yay, class.
Hooray. Hey Gizmo, what are you doing? I hear Gizmo like chopping away at that thing.
We're running out of space.
We are. It's almost like we need a new building.
You know how long that's going to take to make?
Yeah. And you know how much content that is?
No, I don't.
A lot. Because of how long it's going to take to make.
No.
At the very least, get some layouts done. With some, like, plans and, you know, discussing the output and stuff. Is that so? Ooh, now I'm getting some choppiness.
I haven't done anything.
I just had a big old, like, garbage dump freeze.
Oh, interesting. I haven't had a garbage dump freeze yet. Did you hit save when you added in those arguments?
Probably? Question mark? Now you're making me wonder. Oh. Well, I did the tantalum part. Welcome back, Blade. Ooh, Pancake Day. Yeah, I remember you mentioning Pancake Day. It was never a thing I participated in, but I approve.
Hi, Gizmo. Hi.
Gizmo was just in the ball pit. Like, he went in on his own and was buried neck deep in it for a little bit. Pretty sure he was just getting treats, but still, it's something. I know, I almost missed it too, because I looked behind me and there was just ball pit. I didn't see the orange back of the cat just resting in there, but I caught it in time. But yeah, that's done now, unfortunately. I'll keep an eye on it, though. So the reactor, the reactor is built and it works. Yeah, the biggest part was the, shit. I don't know where we're at anymore. What's going on anymore? The biggest part was the reactor port cannot be on a corner space. It has to be like in the center space. That was the part that ended up going wrong. But it works. It creates, it burns fuel fairly quickly. All's good. I think I'm going to pause on this project, though, until I can do a better flow chart of the reactor fuels. And maybe some better reactor designs as well. Because if I can do like a super hot reactor running off of hot fuel, then that'd be great. But if we're only going to get enough output to make the cold fuel, then so be it. But I want to do some more research on that. I know what I'm doing now, though, to build a reactor. Easy enough. I just didn't know it. Now I know it. But now we're moving on to other projects. Let me finish doing the tantalum carbide here. So this is done. I need a stack of this. Yeah, take one of that. Whoop. Or all of it. That's cool too. Tantalum carbide is tantalum and carbon, right? Like in a 1-to-1. Yeah, it's a 1-to-1. Okay. Is this thing already configured for all of that? 1-to-1, keep exact, imports. Yes. Tantalum carbide. Done. Well, that's easy enough. I'll take one of those. Slap a U in there. Perfect, it'll burn through. Okay, so we've got tantalum carbide now, and this is blast furnace helium. Perfect. I happen to have a spot for that. We're gonna slap that in the blast furnace. This isn't really a great place for that. That'll be fine. Alright, let me slap a this right there. Let it do its thing. Tantalum carbide coming. Now we just limit that one so that it doesn't cook forever. That one I might even limit lower because we don't have that much. We have like 800 tantalum or whatever. So, tantalum. Level emitter. Cables. Leave 128 for now.
Alright, look at what I got.
Ooh. Ooh.
I'm gonna go power up your clean room.
Oh yeah. You want to do it or you want me to do it?
I'll do it. I
There
got
you go.
stuff to make in there.
Okie dokie. I just finished making tantalum carbide.
Nice.
I do not remember what I needed it for, but we have it now.
Yeah, I don't know what you needed it for either.
I just remember I desperately needed it, and it was very upsetting that we didn't have it. Probably plates. Alloy Blast Smelter. Yes, that was it. Okay. So now, Alloy Blast Smelter. Craft. How long is this gonna take? Oh, hey, it's done. Look what I have. Where'd you go?
I'm at the crafting terminal over by the desk, in the desk hall. Yes, there's a crafting terminal in there.
Somewhere in here. God damn it. There we go.
Oh, you got a box.
I got a box.
An Alloy Blast Smelter box.
Yeah.
It's a very fun box.
It's a nice box. I have no idea where to put this thing. It's a thing.
Yeah.
It's a 5x5 thing.
Okay.
Falls in the category of EBF-ish.
Sure.
Well,
I would recommend, because we haven't used it in God knows how long, but you could put it where the LV wall is, or the LV manual machines are. Just remove those. On the main floor.
oh, main floor. These walls. Okay.
These.
This.
Yeah. That's just prime real estate there.
It is prime real estate. Okay.
These machines over here are doing the conduits and things,
Which I can easily throw in my machine room if we need to.
Yep, if you want, because they don't have a home otherwise. And then you can just use this whole quadrant there, essentially.
Okay. This was just to separate out the usage of the machines, right?
Right.
Okay. I needed. Take out that. We're disassembling. You know, it looked like it, but it's conductive iron, energetic alloy, vibrant alloy, end steel, lumium, signalum, item conduit, ender fluid conduit, and pressurized fluid conduit. So no. You're right. Yeah, there was a second one there. Skip it. Alright, machine room. Machine room. Circuit none for all of these, right? Circuit none. Circuit none it is. We'll split these up the same way as before. And then I'll create duplicate recipes so that they can multitask.
So I'm gonna upgrade
later.
the clean room a little.
You do what you gotta do.
There.
Nice, nice. And it formed, which is great. I was concerned about these floors.
That is now an insane voltage diode, so we can get Ivy into here.
Nice. Alright, back to disassembling. This LV machine wall has been here forever. It has served us well, but it is obsolete. It gets to die. That is not helping at all. Okay, fine. Okay, so we're gonna... slap all these things in the... Oops, that was my building tool. Oh, and my copy-paste gadget that I was going to try to figure out. Pretty sure that was mine, unless it's in my pocket. We have a kitty in the ball
Casually
pit.
standing in lava, that's cool.
That's fine. Hello, kitty. How are you, kitty? Are you enjoying your ball pit time? Are you enjoying? Hi. Okay. Nice. Oops, that was my wrench. Gimme. Okay. So this can go elsewhere. I don't know exactly where, but sure, why not? Let's see if we can smooth out this wiring for a moment here. Let's see, so that's going all the way that way, this is going there, that's going up and over and down. So this connection is needed for that, but we could go up the ceiling instead. But the wiring is needed, so that can come down. Could just go through that corner. Let's make sure the signalum crafting works. Good, good. Okay.
You said some of these mixers were clear to use for whatever?
Yep, if there's, so on that spot that you pointed out, I used the ones that I needed, so the rest are free.
Great. Alright.
I thought I heard ball pit activity, but no, it was just kitties that were doing window watching. Alright, this conduit for items I need to figure out. Looks like it's an attempt to automate these guys. And this thing. And this thing into the network. So I definitely could have and or should have done the floor. But I went up that way instead.
You haven't already automated vanadium gallium, have you?
No, I did not.
Right. Oh.
Yep, let's run. Let's see, does it have any filters on it? That's not what I intended. Do you have any filters on you? There's several filters on you, okay. So you are several configurations, that's fine. So I'll leave that as is. I was hoping to run the conduit back this way and just go that way. But alas, I don't feel like redoing that bit. It's probably not that bad, but okay, fine, we'll do it. Okay, so you are white out and cyan in. White out and cyan in. Let's off the insert, take the filter. On the insert, take the filter, okay. And then we can off the extract. Take the filter. Filter, filter, extract, corrected. Then we can take the rest of this. And then this needs to be connected up this way. better. And I could remove this piece as well. Because that did not need to get done. There is a power conduit in here somewhere. There we go. Perfect. Okay, that's a little bit better. We have space. I have 2 extra item filters here, and I don't know what those are for. Let's double check this to make sure this is good. You are diamonds out, and you are diamonds in? Or other way around? Yeah, it's probably fine, right? It's probably fine. I may need your legacy tribal knowledge expert.
Oh god, for what?
So thing that I'm disassembling at the LV wall.
Yeah.
Trying to clean it up. I attempted to move the Ender IO input-output conduit on the light blue chest for the diamonds and whatnot. And I want you to make sure that it's doing what it's supposed to do. I moved the in-out conduits on this side, where it was on this side before, and I'm pretty sure I got it right, but I have extra filters in my pocket, and I don't know why.
Looks like it is. Yeah, it's keeping 1 stack of diamonds in there, and
everything else is
anytime
coming
the
out.
wood comes in, it is leaving.
Okay. Okay.
So I think so.
Yeah, it's blacklisted to not pull diamonds out. Okay.
Right.
Okay. That's fine.
So yeah, that should work.
Yeah. So now we have big old space.
Nice.
I'm gonna use the big old space.
Nice. I guess technically we could also use this space here too, but
Could, but it's nice to have a little open,
yeah.
little open foyer
True.
entryway kind of deal. Okay. So
So this is the Alloy Blast Smelter that takes in powders, is that right?
yes,
For
it
things
takes in
like
powders
this.
and skips steps and then turns it into fluid, which we're gonna have to cool.
Okay.
So there's
you'll
gonna be
probably
Alloy
wanna
Blast Smelter and then a layer of like liquid solidifiers or whatever.
I think you need a freezer with a plate mold or an ingot mold.
Also probably. That's what I was gonna look into next to see how much space I need.
Yeah, so I would do smelter with piping directly into a freezer.
I think that's inconsistent. Some
What do
of
you
them, like if we were to, for example, if we were to make red alloy in the Alloy Blast Smelter, that red alloy is just fluid solidifier ingot mold. But the titanium carbide is vacuum freezer with an ingot mold. So those, I might need to set up for both of those options. We'll see.
Okay, because I was looking at things like the molten Xeron 100.
Yeah. So all the stuff that we truly need the Alloy Blast Smelter for, I think, is the vacuum freezer. But we do have the option of going back to some of our other alloys and making them a different way through the Alloy Blast Smelter, which some of them do require the fluid solidifier instead, since they're the earlier alloys. But if we dedicate it to just the newer alloys, then yeah, we don't need to worry about it.
I would say this first one, probably the newer stuff, because we do have a system for the old ones.
True. Yeah, the one I'm aiming for is ink alloy.
Right.
And that's the one that gets us the large centrifuge unit.
Oh wait, I can check off mass DML setup. Woo!
Hooray! I haven't touched my to-do list in a while.
Yeah, I can tell you still have rocket fuel and the grid power.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Partly because I never know what the hell I'm doing anymore. It's just a big old clusterfuck of trying to solve problems.
Yeah. How much yttrium barium cuprate are you gonna be smelting here?
I do believe I have it limited set to 512. So we're at 436 currently, and
Okay.
it's probably working on smelting the rest.
All right. I just needed an argon blast furnace.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay, Alloy Blast Smelter. I think we're ready. I think. So let's get the 35 high temperature smelting casings and the 12 heat vents. That was the opposite direction of how that could have been done easily. And then the high temperature blast casings. Start. It's the first time I've been able to start that. Oh, nice. Alright, now, the recipes for this. Let's go with the recipe for ink alloy. It is an EV recipe. Let's make it IV, which is 2 energy hatches. And it looks like we can just do the standard in-out build. We need a maintenance hatch, which we have, automatic. EV energy hatch, we need 1 more of those, please. We have the high temperature doodads. We do need cupronickel, which is interesting. Oh, tungsten steel for the ink alloy. So we do need to upgrade to tungsten steel. That's fair. Understandable. Now, the automating of in and output on this thing is probably going to be painful, unless we can do, let's do helium usage in the Alloy Blast Smelter. That gets us molten tungsten steel,
Right.
titanium carbide, molybdenum disilicide, tantalum carbide, tungsten carbide, uranium triplatinum, ink alloy, ultimate, HSSG, watertight steel, xeron, signalum, lumium, and haste alloy. So of those, I think the haste alloy, xeron, HSSG, watertight steel, and the ink alloy are the biggest ones, probably the ultimate as well. They all use helium, EV, or lower. The haste alloy uses HSSG coils, so we're going to need to step up to that at some point, but that's fine, we can do that. Okay, this is all good, this is good. That molten ink alloy, though. 261 seconds to cook it up. Oh, dear God. Okie dokie. Alright. And they are all a 14? No, they're not all a 14 circuit. That's unfortunate, because there's no easy way to get those circuits in and out. So we're going to have to dedicate machines to certain purposes, rather than being able to share them. Like Xeron is a 15, whereas HSSG is a 14. Cool. Cool. We'll be able to share a little bit. Some 14s with heliums. But it won't be easy to share them. Cool. Alright. We need the coil blocks. How many coil blocks do we need? Nope. 24. We need 24 tungsten steel coil blocks. The coil blocks are ones that I did not automate because they're a pain in the ass to make. They require a different liquid metal for each one of these. So tungsten steel is going to require liquid nichrome. Let's grab this one tungsten steel coil block because we need it.
Oh, bad news.
What's that?
We are consuming all of our power.
Oh, again, wonderful. I have a spare reactor I could hook up if we need to.
Yeah.
I mean, it only puts out like 45,000 RF a tick, so it's not...
Looks like we're currently at a deficit of 20k, so
Okay, so that would be an option.
that would be a buffer.
Alright.
And then probably maybe we start looking into the other power solutions.
Okay. We could do that. Let me hook up an emergency power tap here. Let's see, power tap. Power is not coming in here. Power is coming in here. Ah, through that. Right. Cool. This is purely emergency power management. I'm even gonna drag it along the floor. Freaking extension cable. Gonna make it as ugly as possible, so we have no desire not to replace it. This is temporary. I'm making something so fugly that we are forced to rebuild it. This is temporary.
Yeah, I love that word. There's nothing more permanent than a temporary setup.
Yep. Is the TBU, the 43 TBU fuel in the network, is that usable? Or should I grab a different fuel? There's no fuel. There's 41 TBU fuel and that's it.
See if how hot your thing gets with the shoot, what is it? Which one is it? LEU 235. You should be able to make quite a bit of that.
We're at -10. Oh, that's right. That's because we literally designed this thing for LEU 235. So we're even. 64,000 RF a tick.
Nice.
It's burning that fuel real quick though.
Yep.
So, what do we need to do for power?
So I was looking at like the fuel turbine at the bottom of the mid. It's got the mid journey, whatever, the mid quest.
Yeah, that one.
Large gas turbine with the HSS TAC E rotor. It says if you use, where does it say? Oh yeah, run that off of LPG and methane, or nitrobenzene from wood, which we'd have to make. But with their example setup, that's 91,000 RF per tick. If you made, I mean, that's not a whole lot, but if you made 2 of them, well, I guess those rotors are gonna be a pain in the ass to make, and they only last 57 hours.
Yep.
Shoot, I don't know what to do for power, man.
I know.
More dynamos.
More dynamos, more reactors. I mean, we're kind of past the end game for a lot of the mods power production.
Yeah, what was unfortunate? Well, one of the things that was unfortunate is putting the blazing pyrotheum in the magmatic dynamos doesn't do anything in this pack.
Oh.
I know. I'm like, other packs that's like 2 million RF right there, or 200,000 or whatever it is.
Blade is pointing out that solar is a possibility. Let's see how far up we can get.
Not enough.
Yeah, not so much. I mean, we can make the Signalum tier.
Right, which is 128 RF a tick.
What? No? Signalum tier is 2,000 RF a tick.
What? Which panel number?
Solar panel 6.
We can't make 5.
Why can't we? 5 is Lumium.
Yeah, do you have any Sonarium laying around?
Fuck. Alright, fine. So 128 RF a tick for the tier 4. That's not fantastic.
For that Sonarium, and then for on the tier 6, that enriched Sonarium, we need those stabilized elements that...
Right, that thing I was supposed to be doing.
Right, so, I mean,
Sure, okay. Since solar's not an option, sadly.
but even still, what was that? The 6 is 2,000 RF per tick?
Sure, yeah, but I mean, we'd make a lot of it.
And then night falls.
Well, yeah.
But
okay.
I'm just thinking because like a Signalum upgraded dynamo, which I've just made 3 of, are 12,500.
That's really good.
Pretty good. It's a lot of Lumium though.
Yup. Nowhere near that. Nowhere near this. I think. I mean, hang on. Let me do a thing quick at that reactor builder thingy.
Okay.
What size reactor do you have in the big one?
8 by 8 by 8.
Internal.
Yep.
Normal TBU fuel. Default settings. I'm just seeing what we can get out of normal TBU fuel. Optimize for power. Heat neutral. Symmetry don't care. Go. What's the RF a tick you're getting out of that thing?
So it's currently burning what is it? It's currently doing the LEN 236, and it does 115 RF per tick, 115,000.
Okay.
Well, 115,200, but
And you said that was a LEU 235?
LEN 236.
Oh, LEN, okay. LEN 236. Let's see what that does. Oh yeah, that's gonna take a long time to figure it out. It's kind of leveling at about 50,000 RF a tick though. You can get a little bit of power output with its various iterations it's doing. Okay, okay. So that's not strictly an option. I mean, I guess an option would be just crank out more reactors? But, I mean, if you're getting 12,000 RF a tick out of each of those dynamos, that's, what, 3.5-ish dynamos per reactor? I feel like that's pretty decent for the space and effort requirements.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, the problem now is just gonna be, getting the Lumium going.
Right.
So that each Signalum upgrade is a block of Lumium.
Right.
And I have 67 more of these things to upgrade.
Cool. Did you get a chance to see my my power cable?
No.
The power cable that I run as an emergency measure across the area to my reactor. It literally looks like I just took a straight up like orange power cable and just spooled it across the street to get it to plug in. It's so stupid. I love it.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. Just a straight up spooled orange power cable. Just plug it from one side to the other as an emergency patch.
You know what's fun about that?
Yeah. It's temporary.
Not even that, but like if you warp straight down. Okay, well if you warp straight down like here, you just plug it in right here.
Oh, nice.
Or more,
I like
more
my method
accurately,
better.
like back a little ways, but like, yeah, you don't need that. You just drop it right into the power.
I
run.
like my method better.
Okay.
But yes, you're right. Once we get the bulk of the reactors in this tower, yeah, we'd definitely do that.
I'm just saying you were doing that to force us to fix it, but there's no reason to do that. You can just have the wire run straight into the power.
It's more of a
setup.
reminder that this whole thing needs to be temporary and we need a better solution. Because I'm currently manually feeding fuel into this thing.
Oh yeah.
So, yeah.
One thing you could do, like what I've got in the other setup, is I have a couple of the fuels on autocraft in the molecular assemblers.
Yep.
So if you just put an interface with a crafting card in it, just drop which one you want. You can have it autofill until it runs out. But
Okay.
I don't know how viable that would be, especially because you don't have the. That's set up for just straight up burning through the fuel.
Right. It's not. I mean, it's generating 64,000 RF a tick, which isn't awful, but it is burning fuel fast.
Yeah.
Fuck it. We'll do it for now. I will set it up for now with light automation, with the idea that it is temporary.
On the plus side, whatever is going on right now, the main capacitor bank is increasing. Right,
Okay.
about 75%. It's going up by 40k.
That's good.
So
Good. Numbers on that site for the fuels do not match the pack. Cool. Good to know. So LEU 235 is base 600 RF a tick and base heat gen 50 heat per unit. Ah, okay. So when I was running the iteration to get me numbers based on Pine's reactor. What are you doing, Kat? Hi. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? I just found Gizmo playing with a ball. He stole a ball from the ball pit to play with. I knew that was going to happen. I knew I'm going to have balls all over the damn house. I knew it. I knew it. Alright, export. Crafting card, export bus. Fuel. Oh, my numbers weren't coming out at all like that. Interesting. Alright, fair enough. I was getting like 45,000 RF a tick for his. Oh, okay, got it. Yeah, I had left it at the 90,000 or the 90 hour tick. Alright, are you crafting? Crafting card. Now you should be crafting. Perfect, okay. Alright, for now, quick automation to export craft fuel into the reactor and get the depleted out so it can keep running until we're ready to do whatever.
Okay. Good. Main capacitor bank is full, but we're not building up any reserve yet in the dynamos. I think we're at capacity now.
Cool, good to know.
Oh, now they're building up. Okay.
Alright, we need tungsten
Might
steel wire
be on the
and
cusp
vanadium
of
steel foil.
having mitigated a major crisis.
That's good.
At least the AE system didn't run out.
You like my emergency power plug? Vanadium steel and we need the tungsten steel and we need the 2x, I believe. Yeah, 2x. So we'll make a stack of that. And then this needs to go into an assembler with nichrome liquid, so I need to extract the liquid. So let's go upstairs and do that. Oh, it's horrible intentionally. I intentionally made it horrible specifically so every time we look at it we say, oh god, that's horrible, and have a desire to remove it, which forces us to solve the problem and make it actually temporary. Because nothing else we make is temporary. Trying really hard to make it actually temporary. Let's plunge out all that liquid aluminum. I don't want it. Nichrome. Tungsten steel wire. Slappa. Alright, so this is going to take a little bit. But I only need 23 of them, so. Nothing lasts longer than a temporary solution. Yes, indeed. Alright, so we're going to need more of those. So let's make up more of those. And while we wait for that, let's make sure we have all the other stuff. The hatch varieties shouldn't matter, except for the energy. So we should just need the standard input-output hatch and input bus. I don't think we need the output bus. Hatch. Output hatch. Input hatch. Input bus. So, item in, which is the dusts, fluid in, which is the argon, helium, whatever, and then fluid output for the molten liquids. We are actually going to need another... We need an item out. We need an output bus. I'm thinking ahead here. We need an output bus for the freezer. Let's grab another maintenance block for the freezer. The HV hatches we need more of, so we need an HV input hatch for the freezer. Well, that's certainly something special. Spatial. Fascinating. Fascinating. Definitely not anywhere near that yet. I'm looking for freezer. Vacuum freezer. And specifically vacuum freezer recipes with liquids. We need an item input slot as well, I do believe. I forgot we needed an item input slot for the mold. So that's an input bus. Alright, you're done. Nope. Alright, let that go for a bit while we're planning other stuff. Yes, we will always need more of something. I'm just trying my hardest not to do weird crap. I'm trying to be at least moderately decent. Alright, so we need all of these things. Energy hatch, we're good. I think we've got everything we need for the smelter other than... Oh, I need my EV energy hatches. And let's do 2 more of those. Because we need those for the freezer. Freezer, we need more things. Maintenance hatch, input, we need the vacuum freezer block itself. And then the 19 frost-proof casings. We might need a little bit more, honestly, because we're doing fewer of the hatches and stuff than it expects. But we're also doing extra energy hatches, so you never know how it's gonna pan out. This can go here. I need a 16 amp EV energy converter. Alright, so we did... This is enough. Just need to wait for it to finish cooking. Okay. Freezer. Alright, so I did the Alloy Blast Smelter. I got the thing. It wants us to do all the other multi-blocks. I don't know what this parallel control hatch necessarily means, but it does say processing more recipes at the same time. So my guess is that we should be able to set this up to be able to do those things I was talking about. So for example, all the different recipes in here that use the Alloy Blast Smelter. If we have an Alloy Blast Smelter that's got you know, liquid nitrogen in it, for example, we might be able to set it up to do both these recipes at the same time in parallel. I don't know how that's set up yet, so we're going to have to figure that out, because I feel like that's going to be an important aspect. Formed like multi-blocks, you can add a parallel control hatch in order to allow them to process more recipes at the same time, similar to the processing array, which we also didn't use. The highest tier parallel control hatch can do 256 recipes at once. I don't know how this is actually supposed to function, but we'll figure it out. Alright, we're getting close. Let's go down and attempt to build this thing. That's not where the elevator is. I've never stopped doing that. Yeah, it could go a couple different ways. It could make one multi-block do multiple recipes at the same time. It could allow parallelization of two or more multi-blocks to run at the same time, running the same recipes. Like, for example, you throw the recipe at the hatch, and it distributes what it needs to the various multi-blocks that are connected. It's hard to say for sure. I don't know it very well at all. Like, at all. I know nothing. And the description doesn't really cover it. He's got one foot dangled out in his tail. The rest of him's inside. And he's pulled out 2 balls so far. Oh, 3. I see one under the chair. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Set you here. And he's in completely, yes. Good kitty, good kitty. I'm gonna go to bed tonight, and I'm gonna wake up tomorrow, and there's gonna be like 50 balls all around the lower floor. And I'm going to be picking them up and finding them everywhere. And someday that ball pit is going to be half empty, and I will still have no idea where any of the balls are. Hey, that's a first accomplishment for sure, Drakenai. You did something. That's all that matters. Alright, so we've got a block. We're probably going to do power here, freezer here. I need that back. Gimme. So we can do power. Freezer can butt it up against here. You can't see any of this, can you? But Kitty's more important. Here, we'll switch to that with Kitty. Oh, he got out anyway. Ah, he managed to find one of the treats. I see. Alright, so if we're gonna have the freezer here, that means one of the fluid output can go here. let's go up and get this thing. This thing. That wasn't what I meant to do. Alright, so fluid input hatch. We can put the item input and output over here, right? Or should we put it... Should we put it over here? Yeah, let's put it over here. It'll be fine. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure. It might be okay. So let's see. Maintenance hatch I'm going to put on the top center. Actually, no, we can put the inputs on the top. Put the inputs on the top, and coil blocks, plunger can go back. Okay, so doobity doop and doobity 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 doop. Maintenance hatch. Alright, and then fluid input and output can go on the top, which we can do center-ish. Oh, did this need a muffler? I think this needed a muffler. Yeah, this needs a muffler. Muffler hatch. And then we've got our item and our fluids here. We have a thing. We have a thing. Now let's put together the freezer, which is going to go directly adjacent to it. Alright, so this is our fluid output hatch, and this is going to be our fluid input hatch right here. And then we need our energy hatches in the same line as this to make it easy. Output bus we can probably put on this side, because that's the ingots out that we'll be able to take in through, you know, an input cable like right here. Input bus is the ingot input, which doesn't technically need to be anywhere in particular, but it'd be nice to have it directly accessible to the front, just to make sure that we can look in there and make sure that it's got the ingot mold in it. We slappa, slappa, slappa. Maintenance hatch. I did not do it correct. That was me building it from memory. I may be incorrect on that. Well, let's look. Input bus for item input. Why do we need item input? It's a freezer. Probably needs it anyway because it's Let's have multi-purpose device. So let's grab an input bus. It does want a fluid input. There might also be something about what can go where. Let's take a peek quick again. Oh, that's right. It's a center block. Yeah. Center block. Right. So this item could technically go underneath to make it symmetrical-ish. There we go. Okay, so conduits. And their fluid conduit. Let's do pressurized fluid conduit. And if we need to speed it up, we can do Tech conduits here. Nice. Nice. Screenshots. Screenshots. Okay, so let's do ink alloy. We're going to need item input and we're going to need fluid input. Fluid export bus. Interface. Conduits. Cables, conduits. Conduits, cables. Cables, conduits, and then we're also going to need that EV converter and some cables. In fact, let's get those set up first so I don't have to think about it. So power can go from over here. I need to actually plug it in. That's also a thing. Good. And in fact, let's take you and put you this away because I'm going to need it anyway. There we go. Tired of that hole. I don't like that hole. Okay, so you are my item input bus, and you are my fluid export bus, and you are taking in helium for the ink alloy cooking. Ink alloy cooking also needs a 14 circuit. Okay, Paige. I do insist. Oh, right. Also, cat's gone. Alright. So, let's see. We need a limiting filter. Item conduit. Let's grab all the materials we need for the ink alloy. So we need vanadium steel. Which we're going to have to dust. You working on anything fantastic at the moment?
I mean, what's up?
Would you be able to set up a dusting of for me?
Oh, what?
A dusting? We need vanadium steel dust.
Okay.
We need 2 manganese. We need 5 aluminum. We need 2 yttrium, which we have oh so little of left. No, that's yttrium, barium, cuprate. Never mind. We need yttrium. No, don't need stacks of them. 2, please. Not all of it. And then we need the vanadium steel dust. Oh, we're just now processing black granite. Nice.
Well, that was a quest they added.
Right, I forgot to add quests. Yes, each tier of power requires new cables. Alright, manganese, aluminum, yttrium. Set that in here as well. Vanadium steel's hopefully coming soon-ish. We'll finish setting that up in a moment. Let's grab yep, okay. And then you're getting helium. We are not extracting yet. This is good. We do need a thing for this. We need the mold, the ingot mold. Ingot mold. And this is going to be the ingot output for the ink alloy. We're so close to being ready. So close.
Alright, there you go. It's only limited by the drawer, so, but it's there.
That's all I need, thank you.
Yeah.
4 of them. 4 of them. 4. 4. So this should only insert the exact amount needed for this. So we extract. Alright, it's doing the thing. "131-second cook time."
That's a doozy.
Yep.
Well, while you're waiting for that, there's something that you could set up for me.
Okie dokie.
Automation for huge polyethylene fluid pipe.
Huge polyethylene fluid pipe.
Yep.
Oh, I only set up the large one. Boo.
Yep.
Okie dokie.
Figure you'd have an easier time of figuring out how that's done because you did your room.
Indeed. Huge pipes. Polyethylene. Polyethylene. Centrifuge, polyethylene, fluid pipe. Done.
Oh yeah. Let's see.
Yup. It's 80 seconds.
Oh, okay. Touche. Your clean room's getting populated with stuff. BT dubs.
Oh, is it?
It's getting nice.
Nice. Do we have polyethylene fully automated, right?
Ages ago, yeah.
How did you do that, since I wasn't part of that process?
Fuck. I had to redo it too. Well, I redid it recently with the distillation towers. I used... well, currently it's set up to use the heavy fuel, which it turns into, or rather we're using the sulfuric heavy fuel, which turns into heavy fuel, which gets steam cracked, and then you get ethylene and then oxygen, and then you get polyethylene that way.
I see.
Yeah. It's a doozy.
Alloy. Set you to automate to 64 for now. And
I might have to look at it. It's not running right now. I'm not entirely certain why, because the polyethylene bucket's not full. We have 3,000 buckets, so I'm not really concerned about it, but...
oh, was that all? Okay. Hey, guess what?
What's that?
We have ink alloy.
Oh,
Yeah.
very nice.
Yeah. I just need to import that. Import for now.
Wow, look at this machine. That's cool.
I know. It's so neat.
Dang, even still, 131 seconds in this pupper.
Yep. Well, the default
Jesus.
recipe is like 260 seconds, but it's automatically halved by the fact that we're doing IV. Imagine not doing IV when you first get this thing.
Yeah.
So I currently have it set up to limit based on ink alloy, because it's the only thing we're making out of it currently. So it'll turn off the input from the interface at the top based on 64 ingots of ink alloy, so as not to go crazy.
Okay.
But yeah, that's definitely gonna need to work on some of the inputs on that, like the vanadium steel and stuff like that, because that one's kind of low.
Yeah, that's she's a chunky one.
Blade. I know he recently switched it, so we were making oil from wood. Specifically heavy oil from wood in the pyrolysis oven. 16 wood, ashes, and heavy oil. I know he'd switched that up recently. Previously we were getting it from the fluid drilling rig at Bedrock, until that was just dried up and obnoxious to move. He switched over to wood. Yeah. That caused us problems because that burned our entire tree farm dry, and we're going to need more trees. But for right now, it's fine. Got 26 ink alloy now. So at least it's producing 13 per process, which is fine. So the next thing is the centrifuge. That was the thing I wanted to make the ink alloy for. But we need 50 of the vibration-safe casings for that. And that's going to take 174 ink alloy. So, that might be not tonight. Because it's probably going to take the next hour to finish cooking up that much ink alloy. Actually, it's not that bad. It's 13 ingots per minute and a half, give or take. So it really is only going to take a half an hour or so to produce that many ingots. So, yay! Because I've already got the large centrifuge unit. It's another 5x5x5 or 5x5x3 structure. We need, let's see. I don't think we need anything remarkable for the ins and outputs because it's just meant to be a better centrifuge and thermal centrifuge. So we're not getting any excess overage output on those things. So if we look at the centrifuge recipes, maximum 3 outputs from a centrifuge or a thermal centrifuge, maximum 6 outputs for a thermal, and then we use HV input and output buses, which has got more than enough space for those. So that's fine. Fluid input output. Does it need the parallel control hatch? I don't think so. I think that's just an optional. And it does say it is in the list. And maybe that's just because it's meant to, you know what? Fuck it. Let's make it. It's a quest. Let's make it. Ah, I see. I see. I see. Well, let's automate. Let's automate. We'll make both of these. I hadn't set up the patterns for them because we weren't needing them, but now we need them. Okay, now we wait a moment. Make sure everything's hunky-dory.
Oh, I guess this is a quest I added too, so there's that.
Oh, nice. I also did one.
Gregicality melty blocks.
Yep, I don't know exactly what it means. I'm still trying to parse what it's saying. But it wants us to add this parallel control hatch to multi-blocks to do parallel processing of some variety. So, whatever that ultimately means.
Yeah, so for like the large maceration tower, you can add those parallel hatches to make it do more and more recipes at once, up to like 256 grinds at once.
Okay. So did you do that for the furnace?
I have done that for nothing.
You've done that for nothing. So because the furnace is doing like a stack of stuff at a time, but you're saying like if we did the parallel processing thing, it could do multiple stacks of something at a time?
I don't know if that thing works on every block.
It claims to.
Then maybe. But you already get a bonus with the different coils. So, because I had upgraded the furnace. You're talking about the smelter in the ore room, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'd upgrade those to tungsten steel, and I think now it does 2 stacks
Oh,
per
okay.
run.
I did not know that.
So the coils give it a bonus too.
Nice. Alright. How many can we make? Can we make 16? No, we're missing 2 ingots. Missing 2 ingots. So once this thing finishes cooking one more batch, we will have what we need to make 16 of the 50.
Have you automated the HSS TAC G dust yet?
I have not done any of the HSS ones yet.
Oh, okay. That may be worth throwing over in there. That's our next step.
That's gonna be a challenge I need to figure out how to solve.
How so?
Because so the HSSG actually that one might not be too bad because it's the same helium and program circuit. I'm trying to figure out how to handle the multiple input outputs because there are 4 dusts in for each of these alloys.
Mm-hmm.
So can I conceivably just put in a second input bus and just have that handle each type of alloy?
Yeah. I mean, that's how... So if you look at the... In the ore room, the top floor, the large chemical reactor, I have
Yeah.
3 fluid input hatches because some of the recipes need hydrochloric, some of them need sulfuric, some of them need hydrogen.
Okay.
So I've got 3 of those, and then depending on the output, I got 3 outputs as well.
That makes it easier. How does it handle
Well,
the processing, or would that be where the parallel comes in play?
I don't know. I don't have a parallel on here. It just knows by the recipe that goes into it. Or once you put enough of dust X, it knows, oh, this uses the hydrochloric, and so it just runs.
Interesting.
It's got the hydrochloric in it anyways.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I wonder how that would handle, like if you had several inputs coming in at once, how it would know how to juggle that. Does it just do them in order?
I assume it does it the same way like the blast furnaces do, because you can put multiple dusts in the input of different varieties,
Right.
or the EBFs, and so it's cooking one of them. Like if you put vanadium steel and tungsten steel in one, and it starts doing the vanadium steel, it'll keep doing vanadium steel until there's no more dust in there, and then it will move on to the next one.
Got it. Okay. Well, that's probably how it does it then, yeah.
Yeah. And that's how this guy does it too, depending on the dust. It does one recipe until it can't do that recipe anymore, and then it moves on to the next one.
Okay. Well, we have all the things, so I'm just going to go ahead and throw the HSSG on there and let it do its thing.
Good call.
So we need another input patch, input bus. Input something. Item input. Input bus. I'm never going to remember the buses versus the hatches. So we need another one of those. We need another... We don't need another fluid input because we're fine there. It'll be easier to have a second interface to configure. So let's just put it right here.
So you had set up the silicon rubber.
Yeah.
Are you just doing fluid for that? Is that all you made?
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Pretty sure. I don't entirely recall.
Oh, we are also making the bars somewhere. Can you add an automation for making the silicon rubber plates?
Ah, yeah. I hadn't done that
silicon
one yet
rubber
because that's
sheet.
an extruder.
Oh, so it is. Or a fluid solidifier, but yeah, it is an extruder for the bar.
Yeah. Or a block cutter, whatever. But yeah, I had never done the extruder plates yet for the various plastics.
Got it. Yeah, because I now have a need for those sheets.
I see. That might be a thing I could do. Let me finish the HSSG and then I'll set up another line in the machine room for the extruders for plastics.
Sounds good.
Knight with a rating party of 3. Hello, Knight and friends. Okay, HSSG. We need tungsten steel. 5. We need chrome. 1. We need molybdenum. 2. And we need vanadium. 1. Perfect. The ball pit it's not awful. They're not terrified of it. Gizmo has now gone in on his own power to find a treat, but still he has gone in on his own power, which is more than he has done before. Gila wandered off, did not have any more interest to continue, but I have a feeling we'll be able to get more excitement out of it. Knight, the problem creation and solving are both going fantastically. It has been a very productive and anti-productive night all at the same time, and it's great. Alright, so let's also limit this one. Active without signal.
Oh boy, did I just find a rabbit hole side quest.
Oh dear.
Oh god.
Oh no.
Look at the item laminated glass.
Okay, tempered glass we already have automated. Polyvinyl butyrol.
Also, it's in a forming press, which is a machine we don't have.
Butyraldehyde and polyvinyl acetate. Wait, forming press? Oh, forming press, yes, okay.
Yeah. So there's that.
I just ignored the forming press and I just went straight to the
Right.
polyvinyl. Alright, so polyvinyl butyrol. I'm assuming we have to make that in liquid form.
Yep.
Polyvinyl acetate. Weren't we already making polyvinyl acetate somewhere?
Nope.
Okay, so that's vinyl
Making
acetate.
polyvinyl chloride.
Ah.
That's the PVC.
Okay, so chemical reactor with ethylene, acetic acid, and oxygen, all of which we have. That's no problem. And then the butyraldehyde, carbon monoxide, hydrogen, and propene. I mean, we're getting all those things.
We are making all this. I'm just.
It's
I just need. So I went to make the IV cutting saw because I just need that to cut the wafers I just made. And it's like, oh yeah, hey, by the way, you need this laminated glass. I'm like, oh, easy.
Right.
Oh.
not so easy, no. Yeah, this pack's great at that.
Get Gregged.
Alright, so we're doing another level emitter. And this time for HSSG, and specifically the ingot form. We'll do a 64 limit on that as well. Cable. Cable. And then cable. 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 Alright, before I forget, I need to make this. We're making 16 at a time so the thing can start cooking again. Oh, balls with bells in there. That might be an idea. I don't know if I have any balls with bells in there, but it might be an idea. I've been throwing treats in there with a little bit of a dusting of catnip, and that's been working pretty good to at least get him in there. Now I just need to get them playing in there. Alright. So it is automated. It looks like it's going to focus on this thing first. This one. So we'll see how long it takes for that to happen. I don't know what you're talking about, Kinder. I have no idea. Alright, HSSG is added in there. Looks like it's gonna back up behind the thing. The green one. The one that I've been making and totally forgot about. Alloy. Yeah, that's one.
Got it. You have lathes in here, right? Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
Somewhere. There we are.
Yeah, and they're all set up so that you can use them manually. And it'll just suck into the network and do its thing.
Wait, where are they?
We have lathes in the top over here.
Ah. Excellent.
I do have them all labeled, by the by.
Well, that includes reading.
Fair. Reading's hard.
Oh, where does that?
Just gets dumped straight in the network.
Okay, well. Very well.
Okay, so the thingy that I never did in here was the extruders for plastic sheets. Because we got extruders for everything else. Extruders, bolts, extruders for long rods and gears and small gears and all sorts of fun stuff. But the plastic sheets, we just didn't have enough plastic, honestly, to even justify doing it. And they could have been done through metal forming or the solidifier, the fluid solidifier. Yes, that could have been. It could have been done that way as well. So I wasn't sure which method I wanted to take. So let's look at polyethylene sheets. Fluid solidifier is a 2-second ULV recipe, so it'll be a tenth of a second to process this. Cutting saw is going to be roughly a tenth of a second as well, and the extruder is even faster. So any of the recipes will be fine. The extruder requires an ingot. Most of them are made in liquid form, so we may not even need the ingot form if we're going with the solidifier method. So, Pine, I guess question of preference.
Sure.
Most of the plastic sheets can be made with the fluid solidifier from liquid form.
Uh-huh.
Do we even have a need for the ingot form for any of them?
Sometimes you need them for the pipes, I think, unless you make pipes out of the plates as well.
The pipes do need the ingot form or the powder form. Yep.
And there we go.
Blast it all. All right, fine. We'll use the ingot form. As long as we're making the ingot form of the plastics as we generate them, then that's fine. So, extruders. We need the extruders. And we can do... could probably do them right here. Or here. Yeah, hopefully that doesn't take too long for you, Kinder. Alright, this pipe automation's taking up too much space, but it's fine. Yeah, I guess one of these rows. Sure, let's do it. Actually, I don't know if the magnetics are ever going to need to be expanded out, but since the plastic formation is seconds, tenths of a second, let's take a look at the plates quick, because the plates will give us all of the plastics, and then we need from here. So silicon rubber, extruder, tenth of a second. Styrene butadiene, tenth of a second. Fiber reinforced, tenth of a second. These are all roughly the same speeds, the give or take a little bit. PVC sheet, polyphenylene sulfide. Yep, these are all within the 20 to 50 second range for an MV or lower, which means negligible for an EV machine. So I don't know if I need that much extra automation. So maybe 3 machines on this wall will handle it. So let's do that. Let's just do 3. And then we need plate shape for the extruder. Plate shape for extruder. Alright, let's do some copy pasting. Copy. Just to make sure that they're pasted correctly. Alright, so that will come from here. Chicken. Alright, so let's set up one player being people inside a castle fleeing livestock over the castle wall. Alright, fair enough. That's an amusing statement. Alright, silicon rubber sheet. Just a regular old recipe. Okay. So, I'm going to pull up my spreadsheet, wherever you may be. Here we are. Pull up the plates. Really? PFTE is the only one I have listed as needed. No, that can't be right. Yeah, PFTE is the only one that I have listed as needed for plastic sheets. Interesting. Which plastic sheet did you need again?
Silicon rubber.
Silicon rubber, okay.
For the IV conveyor belts.
Ah, I see. Alright, and I know PFTE was another one that we needed. That's one that's actually on my list here. So let me adjust my sheet here. Let's see. Oh, I see what happened. Hang on. My filters got all borked. Let's try that again. That's better. Okay. Okay. Now my sheet's working correctly. So let's start back over. We need these silicone rubber sheets. Son of a biscuit. Alright, silicone rubber sheets. We need these styrene butadiene sheets. We need the fiber reinforced epoxy resin sheets. We need the PVC. We do not need the polyphenylene sulfide sheet. We need PBI. We need PE sheets. Epoxy resin sheets. Pretty much all of the plastic sheets. Polycaprolactam sheets were not on my list, but that's only because they only make the duct tape, which is kind of irrelevant. PTFE sheets. And rubber is also on the list, but we have other methods of getting that if necessary. But sure, why not? And then the polyvinyl butyrol that he is currently working on making. I just added all of the recipes for the plastics. And that includes your polyvinyl butyrol as well, so whenever you get that done in ingot form, it'll be ready for plates.
I'm just auto-forming it into plates.
Son of a bitch, we just talked about the ingot process.
I know, but like, I don't think it has any other use, that one in particular, looking at the recipes.
It was on my list as something that was useful. I think that might have been the only one, but it called out as useful to me, so.
Maybe because you can extrude the ingots into plates?
No, not the ingots. I was just looking at the plates and the usefulness of the plates. But yeah, the laminated glass.
Oh, that's what I was saying. Yeah, that's why I'm just forming the polyvinyl butyrol into plates directly.
Okay, fine.
I'm just.
Okay, fine. All right. Right. I was looking at the cards. I need the crafting card, and I need those things. There we go. So that is now hooked up to this line right here. Oh, sweet Jesus. Something just requested them. PVC sheets. PVC sheets are suddenly being requested in bulk.
PVC sheets are?
Oh, I think that might have been one I put up on the wall.
I was gonna say, I'm not doing anything.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I put that one up on the wall. Because we have a lot of PVC. I tried not putting anything on the wall that we didn't have a lot of. But once we're ready to automate stuff, I put it up on the wall.
Okay. What's the holdup on the fermented biomass? Is that carrots, I presume?
Probably. That's Yeah, probably. Or was I doing that again?
Water there.
Yeah, there's no carrots.
Oh. Oh yeah. Well, let's go look.
Not albuterol. Probably closely related, though. It's polyvinyl butyrol. I don't remember what albuterol is, though. What was I doing? I was doing a thing. Oh, asthma medication, right, okay. I knew it sounded familiar because I had an inhaler when I was a kid. Alright, so you've stopped. Why have you stopped? We've got helium. We've got the items. We're not throttled. We have power. Tungsten steel for molten HSSG. 4200, 4800, so we're fine heat capacity wise. Why are you idling? Because you have too much fluid out. Because it didn't finish a full ingot of molten ink alloy. So we're going to need another fluid input here. No, input bus. Hatch. Input hatch. Alright, and that means we're going to switch out the fluid conduits. For ender fluid conduits. And filters for that. Alright. Let's see, we'll start with the top one, because this one's already got ink alloy in it. So the top one is fluid filter input for HSSG liquid. Bottom one can be fluid filter for ink alloy. I see, so it's not producing enough for a single, or for a quantity of ingots, which is fascinating. But it's processing again, that's all that matters. Got it. Got it. So whenever we tack on a new one of these, we're going to need to tack on a new one of these. I don't know how many this can take. Probably a lot. Probably can do a whole side of the damn things, but you know, worth a try. We'll see how many we need. I think it was only like 6 or so that can use this current setup with the current circuit number and the current fluid that's in there. So it shouldn't be too bad to set that up to do all of it. Because then we would need one of these and one of those for each combination that we're planning on using at least. So, you know, effort and stuff. Ink alloy is happening. That can go away. That can go away. What else was I working on? I've been all over the place again tonight. I know I'm slowly working on this, the vibration safe casing, for the purposes of making the centrifuge. We've got everything else we can do with the centrifuge pretty quickly. Let's start some of that. We can't do it all right now, but we'll start it.
Alright. We've got a forming press now, but we don't have the acetic acid to make green thing.
Ah, I see. I thought we had acetic acid.
Yeah, and then it was all consumed by various things.
Ah, I see. Maintenance hatch, parallel control hatch, energy hatches.
Namely the whole epoxy process.
I see. Centrifuge unit can be fluids in, fluids out, items in, items out. So we'll do one of each until we need it. Input bus, output bus, output hatch, input hatch, maintenance,
Oh, and the BPA thing that you had set up last time. That used it too.
ah, yes, yes.
Never mind, I think that's acetone. Whatever.
Centrifuge. Casings, vibration safe casings. Let's grab that anyway. Was there anything else we needed? Steel pipe casing. Yes. Steel pipe casing. I had made that before because we needed it. We have 37 ink alloy currently, so that's going to be a while for this to finish. So I don't think we're going to get that tonight. I was kind of hoping we'd get it tonight, but it ended up stopping its processing, and I didn't notice it. So that's it would have been nice. It would have been nice. But we're getting 16 vibration safe casings per stack of ink alloy, and a stack of ink alloy is taking 15-20 minutes, something like that. So we're a little ways off, unfortunately, because we need 50 vibration safe casings. So we're almost there. Next time we should be able to centrifuge, no problem. And this is the one that's holding up our ore processing, or rather, the centrifuging units are what's holding up our processing. So if we can get this going, then our ore processing can happen faster, so we can have more of the materials that we're lacking, like tantalum, tungsten, titanium, those kind of things, that we don't have that terribly much of. Then we can start running the ore drills more often, and or doing more of the microverse stuff more often. Because the ore processing unit just gets bogged down at the thermal centrifuge units because they just take so long to process. This thing should be able to handle more of that. I mean, it can handle 4 recipes at a time. I don't know if it does it any better or faster, though. That's one thing we'll have to find out. Okay, what else can I work on at the moment while we wait for the ink alloy to happen? let's take a peek at the rest of these alloys and see if there's anything else we can do. We have 20 HSSG now. This is great. High-speed steel type E. I doubt it. Because these are the G, S, and E. We got that. Oops. So G, S, and E. These were the ingots that we determined that we could not make because they don't go into this process. Although S looks like it goes here. So this is a thing. E looks like it goes here. Am I just doing molten HSSG essentially the hard way when I could be doing it through a standard mixer? That's fine. I mean, I guess sure, why not? Alright, let's take a peek here at what else I can set up with the 14 circuit I've got. So we can do signalum, lumium. Actually, let's do this instead. So we just look at the helium ones. So 12 circuits, so 14 circuits, the ink alloy, the ultimate. That requires cobalt, chrome, nickel, and molybdenum. I don't know what we need ultimate for, but I know we need it. So that might be one worth setting up. So, funny story.
Yeah?
You told me to automate the HSSG. And my first thought was that needs to be done in this Alloy Blast Smelter. Yeah, it doesn't. It can be done with a normal mixer.
Nice.
It's being done in here, but it didn't need to be done in here. So I might switch that out to a dust, because I think it actually processes faster that way.
Probably.
So I could do ultimate, swapping out this setup here for dust. Watertight steel, we've iron, aluminum, nickel, chrome, sulfur. So watertight steel is one that we could set up for sure. Xeron, iron, nickel, tungsten, niobium, and cobalt. I don't know if we have niobium. We do. Oh, okay. Okay. Maybe we do a few of these. This would be kind of fun. I can only do 2 per interface if I wanted to set it up like this. So then we'd have an input on either side of it. This fluid import could be moved elsewhere.
Hey, your line of blast furnaces downstairs is broken.
Is it?
Yeah, I'm gonna let you figure out how to fix it. Check out the import buses over here.
I thought I filtered that. Wait a second. How is that happening?
I don't know.
I have all of the outputs set on the red channel to input into the interface, and I have the interface exporting out from the green channel into...
Yeah, sometimes I guess what I've seen is if the ingots sit too long in the interface, like the storage of the interface, it'll export it off on the green channel.
That's unfortunate.
Or on whatever export channel you have it set to. Yeah.
That's very unfortunate. Okay.
No.
I mean, it's not broken.
The way around that is to have
necessarily.
an import interface.
Right,
If
just
one that
have
does
dumping.
export and one that just does import.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair enough. Or we could just import bus each of those things. That would be fine too. And that might be an easier solution. Yeah, that's probably fine. Alright, and then the ingots.
Now you must burn yourself.
Yes. Yes, indeed. God, those are hot. Howie.
Wow, that almost killed you.
Yeah, it did.
Damn.
Yeah, and I might end up switching these to limited imports. I just didn't want to have to keep filtering each of the imports.
Yep.
But yeah, they're just filling up with crap. Right, fine. I'll do it the not lazy way. Why is Invar dust in here? Invar dust has nothing to do with this process. Get out of here. Get out of here. No. Sure. 10. Oh, that's weird. Because normally when you put something in the interface, it just immediately goes into the network. And that's why it was having that problem. But this time it all sticks in there and it was coming out at like 4 items at a time. That's weird. Alrighty, Blade. Have yourself a good night. Okay. So that's happening. That's happening. They're gonna need some additional filtering because I don't have these. So let's do. Let's see, Signalum.
Where do you
Titanium
have the
carbide.
other ore drill set up? Oh, I found it.
It's nearby, yeah.
Yeah.
Titanium carbide and tantalum carbide. Okay. That will solve that problem. Just importing the ingots straight into the network, which are then dumped over here for freezing. Which, quite frankly, is taking a long time. Lots of ingots. That we did have a backup though, so probably that. They'll be fine. They'll catch up. They'll be okay. And if they're not, well then we need another freezer because we're starting to cook too many ingots at a time. Alright. So back to this. You are limited on this one. And you are not going because I never set you to go. Which, quite frankly, I didn't need to do that.
What happened to the other? What happened to the drilling the heavens power thing, or was that not a? Is that an item pass through?
That
You're drilling the heavens channel.
Drilling the heavens channel is in your fluid storage, right up here behind your head.
Oh.
Taking power in and item in, or fluid in for the drilling fluid, and the item out is over by your ore processing.
Boy, it is not keeping up with power.
Ah, I see. It's not. Probably needs a better capacitor.
Could be.
Apparently a single compressed octadic RF capacitor is not enough. Could also just need more conduit faces, yeah. Nope, that didn't touch it. Yeah, those capacitors are the actual limits on these machines. So let me do a better one. Let's make a lot. Oh shit. So those octadic capacitors happen to rely on an item called a capacitor. That is a yellow item.
Yep.
And can't make a lot of those.
No.
No.
Those are like 64 well, 100 at a time, I think.
Got it.
I can up that. Well, it's 140 is what it's capped to.
So we need, what is it? 8 more.
Let's do
of
250.
these. We need 8 more of these.
It also takes 16 seconds to make each one. Well, I think it makes like 16 at a time.
I see.
How many does this make? It makes 8 at a time, so it's 1 every 2 seconds.
Okay. Alright, double compressed RF capacitor is not enough.
Neat. Well, that's good to know.
Yeah. There aren't very many options for cross-dimensional wireless power transfer. Dimensional transceivers
Right, so I think on Thursday our #1 thing has got to be getting more power.
Yes.
If not before then, because like the DML room isn't running because of power.
Got it.
I'll probably over the
Oh god.
next 2 days upgrade more of those things to signal them as we have the Lumium to do so. But
Alright.
beyond that, we're going to need a new power source to propel us into the future.
I see. Alright. So what I think I'll do is I will investigate all the things that can go into here and just automate them, because they're all easy. It's just a matter of actually doing the configuration. So the things like the watertight steel, all those things we were just looking at. I'll do that in my off time, because that's easy to do through here. I will move the HSSG, this process here, into a mixer, because it can be done through a mixer. It doesn't need to be done through here. Probably just let it keep cooking, because why not? It's here. I'm going to also continue making these casings, because it would be nice to be able to do that. Wait a second. Oh, because it's not 64. It's 16. There we go. So I will continue to make these vibration-safe casings so we'll have enough to set up the machine next time. I don't want to do it in our off time because this is a brand new machine that we haven't used before, and I want to see its impressive bonus as soon as we're done with it. So we'll do that on stream. I'm basically ready for done tonight.
Yeah.
I have plans to finish automating this in my off time.
Mm-hmm.
All the various alloys that are needed in here. The HSSG I'm going to move to a mixer because it doesn't need to be in here. And then
Okay.
I will set up all the other ones that do need to be in here, like the watertight steel and stuff like that. Because they're all powders that we already have. I just need to do the configuration and let them cook forever.
Sure. Okay.
So I'm going to do that in the off time. I'm going to keep building up the ink alloy and get all the materials that we need to make the big multi-block centrifuge for next time.
Mm-hmm.
And then we can set that up next time and see how much it enhances your ore process.
Yeah. Well. Yeah.
By burning all the power that we have available.
Right. I was gonna say we're gonna need the power to run that first.
Yeah, we'll need to do some discussing in the Discord for that to figure out what options we've got available.
Right.
Also, we may want to look into the mod that you didn't want to add earlier, that adds wireless power transfer.
Mm-hmm.
Because the dimensional transceivers apparently can't cut it.
Okay. Yeah, we can look into that for sure.
Should I adjust this reactor at all? Because currently it's just burning all of the fuel it can.
Which fuel is it doing?
The LEU 235.
Okay. And what is it? Is it just dumping the output into the network?
Yeah, not processing at all currently.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you can let it run. We'll just gather the byproducts. It'll burn itself out by morning, probably in a couple of hours.
So you're not worried about burning through all the fuel?
No, both the uraniums we technically can get infinite
Okay.
of. It's just they're both slow, so you burn out of it. That's fine. We'll just build up slowly.
Okie dokie.
Yeah. Yep.
Let's take a picture of this thing in progress. Nice, nice, nice. I'm not entirely sure all of what we accomplished tonight, but we did accomplish stuff. Oh, I want to see what you did with the clean room.
Oh yeah.
I see it has begun. Yep.
Yeah, just an IV laser engraver and chemical reactor
Okay.
for these two chips. And then I was gonna cut this wafer, and then the forming press, all that jazz.
Got it.
Because what I wanted to do was I wanted to work my way up to 2 IV energy hatches so we can turn one of the EBFs into ludicrous voltage so we can start processing our osmium and get that stuff.
I see.
So like the osmium plates and things that I keep
Indeed.
coming up against. That needs ludicrous voltage, etc. And
Right.
yep, didn't get there. Didn't quite get there.
Yeah, we kept running into little hurdles tonight, but
Yeah.
that seems to be what this pack is designed for.
Sure is.
But I got the Alloy Blast Furnace that I've been internally demanding for quite some time now. So now we can have some of the higher tier ingots. Not that we necessarily have the input materials for all of them, like the vanadium steel, but, you know, whatevs.
Yeah, like I'm just the one that I'm aware or was looking at was for like that Xeron 100 for um, the giant maceration tower.
Right, and the Xeron is on my to-do list.
Yeah.
Watertight steel is on my to-do list. There's a handful of them that can be done in the alloy smelter that we've currently got set up, and there's a handful more that I need to reconfigure slightly with different circuits or whatever. So we'll see.
So that Xeron is a hell of a long cook. Good lord.
Yeah. Ultimate is another one, but that requires cobalt dust. I'm not sure we have that or not. It's not. We don't have it in dust form, but we do have the ingots, so we could dust it.
Yeah, I mean we can also make Ultimate the traditional way too. That's how I've been doing it.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize we had that. I don't think I've had to use it for anything.
Yeah, you need the buzzsaw for the EV cutting machine.
Got it. Yeah, it's really hard to look at the recipes for the Alloy Blast Smelter and know which ones can be used elsewhere for other purposes.
Right.
Just the ones that I know, like tungsten steel, you can do it in the Alloy Blast Smelter, but you don't need to. That kind of thing.
I imagine it's like what is like there's the things where you can do it in the large chemical reactor, right? You can do any regular chemical reactor recipe in the large chemical reactor, but only certain ones need the large chemical reactor.
Right. And it's really hard to tell which ones
Yeah.
need it.
Right.
So yeah, I'm trying to figure that out. To know which ones we need to do it. Like a lot of mine, I know and I recognize, like Lumium, Signalum, we've been doing those elsewhere.
Yeah.
Haste Alloy is probably one that I'll have to do in there.
I guess the way you can tell if it, well,
The output's entirely different. Because
I was gonna say, if you
the
look
Alloy
at the
Blast Smelter
dust,
puts out
but-
the molten version, so you can't even click on it to see if it's made elsewhere.
oh, I guess the way how you can kind of tell is, so I'm going to use the Xeron again as an example because that's the one I have up. If you look at just like the hot ingot, you can see that by using the regular EBF for the dust.
Right.
There's no way to make the dust.
Well, that's how I got down this rabbit hole in the first place.
Right.
And got me to the Alloy Blast Smelter was the ink alloy, and finding out that I couldn't use the hot ingot for anything. But what I'm looking at is I'm looking at the Alloy Blast Smelter recipes
oh, that
and trying
way.
to figure out which ones are only Alloy Blast Smelter or not, without looking at each individual ingot and diving down the rabbit hole to try to figure out how they're made.
What if instead you search for molten?
They all have molten varieties. Like, for example, there's molten signalum and molten lumium because those are available to be made in the Alloy Blast Smelter, but also can be made through other methods.
Right, but I think most of these we know now how to do it the other way.
A lot of them, yeah, but like
you
I
can
didn't know
rule
you
a
were
lot of
using
them out.
Ultimate, so I didn't know that you had
Oh.
already done Ultimate.
Sure.
So yeah, there's some of those ones where I'm not familiar with it, so I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's gonna take some digging, I think.
Yep.
Uranium triplatinum. Do we need that for anything?
Yeah, I had to use the wires for something.
Are you making that some other way?
I just made a stack of them doing whatever. I'm trying to remember what I used them for. You don't have to use the big blast furnace for it, clearly.
Got it. Okay. Yep. Mixer recipe, uranium, and triplatinum. Figures. Okay. So yeah, trying to figure out which ones are needed in this blast furnace. That's the tricky bit. Oh, hang
Yeah,
on.
I don't remember
We
what
might
I
have a
need
thing.
this for. Maybe that's for the tier 5
Hey.
micro miner.
HSS Type G.
Oh,
Got a stack of it.
nice. Now when we get the ludicrous voltage EBF, you can make coils out of that.
Yep. Not that we're going to be making HSSG in any quantity anytime soon, but, you know, whatever.
Oh, right. It takes 2 stacks of it to make the coils, doesn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
And it takes like 20 minutes to make a stack of the stuff, if not more. I mean, the good news is the Alloy Blast Smelter does put out like 12 to 13 ingots at a time per cook, so the the minute and a half plus cook time is made a little bit better, but still just feels like it takes forever.
Oh, we never did the new wireless thing either today.
Oh yeah, I totally forgot about that. Next time.
Next time on Survivor.
Okie dokie. Alright, my brain's shot for the night.
Okie dokes.
Okay, bye.
Okay, bye.
Yeah. Sneaky bastard. Alright. I don't know, kinda. Cause they're having fun. They're on vacation. Or, they had a rough night and got dumped and they need to drown their sorrows in piano music or something. I don't know. People do weird things when they're at hotels because it's not their home. It's a different experience for them. So they're trying new things. I know I behave very differently when I'm at hotels. But yeah, it will be it for tonight. We did things. We've already covered the things that we did. The thing that I'm staring at right now is a big old achievement, because that gets us into the next tier of various alloys that we haven't had access to up until now, which then opens up the gates for multiple multi-blocks. All of those alloys that we're talking about, the watertight steel, the haste alloy, those are all needed for the multi-blocks, which we can then use to greatly enhance our processes. Really looking forward to those multi-blocks, because they are awesome. So yeah, that'll be it for tonight. Paige, Kinder, Blade, Night, thanks for hanging out. Anyone else who is lurking, appreciate y'all being there. Tomorrow, I believe we're doing Grounded, probably. I think Sparkle's out the week after that. Hey, Havenpunk, you're still there. Thanks for hanging out as well. So tomorrow, Grounded. Back to Thursday, Minecraft. So, thank y'all for coming, and I will see y'all next time. Bye.